There's a place on this planet where the air is so thin that fire burns reluctantly, where temperatures swing from scorching noon to killing frost in a matter of hours, and where almost nothing should be able to grow. Andean Altiplano, a vast, wind-scoured plateau stretching across what is now Peru and Bolivia, suspended between 12,000 and 15,000 feet above sea level. And yet, something did grow here. Something small, ugly, and poisonous. Something that would quietly reshape the entire course of human civilization. We're talking about the potato, not the neat, clean, shrink-wrapped thing you find in a supermarket aisle. No, the original potato was a gnarled, bitter, toxic little nightmare of a tuber, barely larger than a walnut, laced with glycoalkaloids that could make you violently ill or, in sufficient doses, kill you. It grew wild in the rocky soils of the Andes, clustered in the shadows of boulders, surviving conditions that would have destroyed almost any other food crop on Earth. To understand why the potato exists at all, you first have to understand what the Andes demand. This is a mountain range that runs like a spine down the western edge of South America, nearly 4,500 miles from Venezuela to the southern tip of Chile. It is the longest continental mountain range on Earth. And the Altiplano, the high plateau cradled between its parallel ridges, is one of the most unforgiving environments humans have ever tried to inhabit. The air at 14,000 feet contains roughly 40% less oxygen than at sea level. Ultraviolet radiation is intense enough to blister exposed skin in minutes. Rainfall is sparse and unpredictable, and when night falls, temperatures regularly plunge below freezing, even in summer. Most cereal grains simply cannot survive here. Wheat fails, barley falters. Maize, the great crop of Mesoamerica, reaches its absolute altitude limit thousands of feet below. But the tuber endures. You see, potatoes do not need to flower and fruit to reproduce. They clone themselves underground, sending out stolons that swell into new tubers, each one a genetic copy of the parent. This strategy is ancient and elegant. Rather than gambling on pollinators and seeds, the potato simply buries its future beneath the surface, insulated from frost, sheltered from UV radiation, waiting in the cold, dark earth for the right moment to push up again. Wild potatoes, the ancestors of everything we eat today, belong to the species Solanum brevicol complex, a sprawling, tangled group of roughly 200 wild species scattered across the Americas. The ones that concerned early Andean peoples grew at altitudes where nothing else would. They were tiny, tough, and loaded with solanine and tomatine, glycoalkaloid compounds that the plant evolved specifically to discourage anything from eating it. Let's pause on that word, poison. Because the potato did not want to be eaten. It had spent millions of years perfecting its chemical defenses. The bitter taste of a wild tuber was not a flaw. It was a warning, a clear, molecular declaration, leave me alone. And for most of the animal kingdom, that warning worked beautifully. But then, approximately 10,000 years ago, something changed. Humans got desperate enough to ignore the warning. The earliest evidence of human interaction with wild potatoes comes from archaeological sites in southern Peru, near the shores of Lake Titicaca, that vast, impossibly blue lake sitting at 12,500 feet above sea level on the border of modern Peru and Bolivia. Starch grain analysis from stone tools found at sites like Jisquarimoco and the Quebrada Jagüey rock shelter suggests that people were processing wild tubers as early as 8,000 BCE. Think about that for a moment. 8,000 years before Christ. 4,000 years before the first stones of Stonehenge were raised. 3,000 years before the Egyptians started building pyramids. In the frozen highlands of a continent that the rest of the world would not even know existed for another 9.5 millennia, people were already crouched over fire pits, figuring out how to make a poisonous root safe to eat. And the methods they developed were ingenious. The simplest was repeated soaking and freezing. You take wild tubers, expose them to the killing frost of an Andean night, let them freeze solid, then thaw them in the morning sun and squeeze out the water. Repeat this cycle several times, and the glycoalkaloids leach away with the liquid. What remains is a dry, crumbly, nearly tasteless substance that can be stored for months, even years. This is the earliest form of chuno, and it may be the oldest food processing technology on Earth. But soaking and freezing wild tubers was a stopgap, a survival hack. The real revolution, the one that would take thousands of years, was domestication. Somewhere in the millennia between 800 and 1500 BCE, Andean peoples began the patient, generational work of selecting tubers with lower toxicity, larger size, and better taste. They were not scientists, at least not in the way we use the word, but they were experimenters. They were breeders, and they were extraordinarily good at it. The process was beautifully simple in theory and maddeningly slow in practice. Each season, a family would harvest their tubers, taste them, and set aside the least bitter ones for replanting. The following year, the offspring of those selected tubers would be tasted again, and the least bitter saved again. Generation after generation, century after century. The potato did not become edible overnight. It was dragged, tuber by tuber, out of toxicity and into the human food supply. What makes this even more remarkable is that these early Andean breeders were working entirely without writing, without formal agriculture science, and without any understanding of genetics. They operated on observation, taste, and a kind of inherited intuition passed from parent to child over dozens of generations. The knowledge was stored not on paper, but in practice, in the rituals and routines of planting and harvest, in the hands of women who selected seed tubers and the elders who remembered which hillsides yielded the sweetest roots. And they were not working with one variety. The genetic diversity of wild Andean potatoes is staggering. Modern botanical surveys have identified over 4,000 distinct varieties of potato cultivated across the Andes, ranging in color from deep purple to bright yellow to blood red, in shape from perfectly round to twisted and finger-like, in size from marbles to fists. Each variety is adapted to a specific altitude, a specific microclimate, a specific soil type. This is not monoculture. This is an entire botanical civilization. Consider the sheer range of environments the Andes present. Within a single river valley, you might descend from frozen tundra at 15,000 feet to subtropical forest at 3,000 feet in a matter of miles. Each altitude band has its own temperature regime, its own rainfall pattern, its own suite of pests and diseases. The early Andean farmers did not just domesticate one potato. They domesticated hundreds, each one a bespoke solution to a specific ecological problem. This is a concept that Andean anthropologists call verticality, the deliberate management of crops across multiple altitude zones. A single community might cultivate potatoes at high altitude, maize at middle elevations, and coca or peppers in the warm lowlands. The potato was the anchor of this system, the crop that thrived where nothing else would, the caloric foundation upon which everything else was built. Without the potato, verticality collapses. Without verticality, Andean civilization, as we know it, never emerges. Now, let's talk about something uncomfortable. The domestication of the potato was not a triumph of human ingenuity in the way we usually tell these stories. It was not like the domestication of wheat in the Fertile Crescent, where relatively fertile land and mild climate gave early farmers room to experiment. In the Andes, domestication was born from necessity, so acute it bordered on desperation. The Altiplano was not a garden of possibility. It was a last resort. The people who first cultivated potatoes did so because they had no better option. Game was scarce at those altitudes. Wild plants were few and often toxic. The growing season was brutally short, and the margins for error were essentially zero. A single bad frost at the wrong time could wipe out a year's food supply. To choose the potato was to choose survival, yes, but it was survival on the narrowest possible terms, with the smallest possible margin between life and starvation. There is something darkly poetic about this. The most important vegetable in human history was not discovered in abundance. It was wrestled from scarcity. It was not a gift from generous soil. It was a concession extracted from hostile ground by people who had no other choice. The potato's origin story is not one of plenty. It is one of hunger. In that theme, the intimate, dangerous relationship between the potato and human hunger will echo through every chapter of this documentary. By around 5000 BCE, the domestication process had produced something genuinely new, Solanum tuberosum, a species of potato recognizably different from its wild ancestors. Larger tubers, lower toxicity, better flavor, higher yields. It was still not a glamorous vegetable. It was still lumpy, dirty, and unglamorous. But it was safe to eat without elaborate processing, and that made all the difference. For the first time, the potato could be grown, harvested, cooked, and consumed in a single, streamlined cycle. Archaeological evidence from the period tells a story of rapidly expanding cultivation. Potato starch residues appear on grinding stones across a wider and wider geographic range. Settlement patterns shift, with communities establishing more permanent villages closer to the best potato growing soils. Storage pits, lined with stone and insulated with grass, begin to appear in the archaeological record. People were not just eating potatoes. They were planning around them, building their lives around them. And something else was happening too, something cultural. The potato was beginning to acquire meaning beyond mere nutrition. Early Andean pottery, dating to around 3000 BCE, features unmistakable representations of potatoes. Small, rounded forms with dimpled eyes, sometimes realistic, sometimes stylized into anthropomorphic shapes with limbs and faces. The potato was not just food. It was becoming a symbol, an icon, a character in the emerging mythological landscape of Andean civilization. In the cosmology that was taking shape across the highlands, the potato belonged to the realm of Pachamama, the Earth Mother, the living, breathing entity that sustained all life. To plant a potato was to engage in a sacred transaction with the earth itself. To harvest one was to receive a gift that demanded reciprocity. This was not sentimental mysticism. It was an ecological ethic encoded in religion, a way of ensuring that the land was never taken for granted, never exhausted, never pushed beyond its capacity to give. Compare this, if you will, to the way the modern world treats the potato. We process it into chips, fries, and flakes. We grow it in vast monocultures sprayed with fungicides. We waste roughly a third of the global harvest to spoilage and inefficiency. The Andean relationship with the potato was something fundamentally different, a partnership, not an extraction, a conversation, not a command. And perhaps that is the first lesson the potato has to teach us, buried right here at the beginning of its story. But lessons, as history repeatedly demonstrates, are easier to articulate than to follow. As we stand here at approximately 5000 BCE, watching the potato emerge as a fully domesticated species in the Andean highlands, we are witnessing the opening act of a drama that will span 10,000 years and touch every continent on Earth. The potato is tamed. It is fed and sheltered and woven into the fabric of human life. But this is only the first chapter. The real story is about what happens next. Because domestication, it turns out, is a two-way street. We did not simply conquer the potato. The potato also conquered us. By making ourselves dependent on this single tuber, the people of the Andes set a pattern that would repeat again and again across centuries and continents. The pattern of dependency, of abundance followed by vulnerability, of civilizations rising on the potato's caloric generosity and then discovering, too late, the cost of putting all their eggs, or rather all their tubers, in one basket. That pattern starts here, in the cold soil of the Altiplano, with a people who had no choice but to eat what the earth grudgingly offered. They turned poison into food, scarcity into sufficiency, and a wild, hostile root into a partner for survival. It is, in its way, one of the most remarkable achievements in all of human agriculture. But it is also the beginning of a dependency that the world has never fully escaped. Born in darkness, raised in frost, and destined to feed and to betray an entire planet. By 3000 BCE, the Andean highlands were no longer a scattering of isolated hamlets clinging to existence. Something was happening. Villages were growing, populations were expanding, and along the shores of Lake Titicaca, in the river valleys of the Altiplano, and on the terraced hillsides of what is now southern Peru, the first complex societies of the Andes were beginning to take shape. The potato had not merely sustained these people, it had given them the caloric surplus to build. This is the great, overlooked equation of human history. Civilization requires surplus. You cannot build temples if everyone is hunting for dinner. You cannot develop art if every waking hour is consumed by the search for food. You cannot support priests, administrators, soldiers, or craftsmen unless someone, somewhere, is producing more calories than they personally need to survive. In the Andes, that someone was the potato farmer, and that surplus came from ground. The mathematics are straightforward and astonishing. A single hectare of potatoes can produce roughly 2 to 4 times more calories than the same hectare planted with wheat or maize. The potato grows faster, requires less water per calorie produced, and thrives in soils too poor, too cold, or too high for grain. In the Andes, where grain agriculture was essentially impossible above 11,000 feet, the potato was not just the best option. It was the only option, and it delivered. The Chavín culture, which flourished between roughly 900 and 200 BCE in the northern Peruvian highlands, gives us some of the earliest evidence of potato-centered agriculture supporting a complex society. At their ceremonial center of Chavín de Huántar, a labyrinthine temple complex built of carved stone and hidden passageways, priests presided over rituals that drew pilgrims from across the Andes. Those pilgrims needed to be fed. Those priests needed to be supported, and the potato provided. The Chavín left behind extraordinary art. Carved stone heads with fanged mouths and serpentine hair, intricate reliefs depicting jaguars and raptors, and ceramic vessels shaped like supernatural beings. But they also left behind something less glamorous and arguably more important: agricultural terraces. Miles of them, cut into the steep Andean hillsides. These terraces created flat, irrigable platforms where potatoes and other crops could be grown on slopes that would otherwise be too steep to cultivate. Terracing is one of those technologies that sounds simple until you actually think about what it requires. Each terrace must be carefully leveled, reinforced with stone retaining walls, filled with imported soil, and connected to an irrigation system. Building a single terrace system on an Andean hillside represents thousands of hours of coordinated labor. Building hundreds of them across entire valleys represents something more. It represents a society organized enough to command that labor and feed the workers who performed it. And what fed those workers? Potatoes. We're looking at a self-reinforcing cycle. The potato produced the surplus that freed labor to build terraces that grew more potatoes that produced more surplus that freed more labor. It is the agricultural equivalent of compound interest. And over centuries, it allowed Andean societies to transform their impossible landscape into one of the most productive agricultural environments in the pre-modern world. But there was a problem. A critical, fundamental problem that every potato-growing society has had to confront. The potato rots. A fresh tuber, pulled from the earth, has a shelf life measured in weeks, perhaps a few months under ideal conditions. In a world without refrigeration, without chemical preservatives, without any of the storage technologies we take for granted, this is a catastrophic limitation. You can grow all the potatoes you want, but if you cannot store them, your surplus evaporates with the first warm spell. Enter chuno. If the domestication of the potato was the first great Andean innovation, then chuno was the second. And in many ways, it was even more important. Chuno is freeze-dried potato, produced using a technique so elegant in its simplicity that it almost seems like a gift from the landscape itself. Because the very conditions that make the Altiplano so hostile to human life, the extreme cold, the intense sun, the bone-dry air, turn out to be exactly the conditions needed to preserve potatoes indefinitely. The process works like this. Fresh potatoes are spread out on the ground at high altitude, typically above 12,000 feet, and left exposed to the night sky. As temperatures plummet below freezing, the water inside each tuber crystallizes, rupturing the cell walls. The next morning, the intense Andean sun thaws the tubers, and the released water begins to evaporate. The farmers trample the partially frozen potatoes underfoot, squeezing out additional moisture. This cycle is repeated for 3 to 5 nights. What remains after this process is remarkable. The tubers shrink to a fraction of their original size, becoming hard, lightweight, chalk-white nuggets that weigh almost nothing and can be stored for years. Some sources say decades. The glycoalkaloids, those toxic compounds that once made wild potatoes dangerous, are largely destroyed or leached away in the process. Chino is, in essence, an ancient technology for turning a perishable, sometimes poisonous vegetable into an imperishable, perfectly safe one. Think about what this means in practical terms. Before Chino, a potato harvest was a race against time. Eat it or lose it. After Chino, a potato harvest was a deposit in a long-term savings account. Communities could stockpile food against future crop failures, seasonal shortages, or the inevitable bad year when frost came too early or rain came too late. Chino did not just preserve potatoes. It preserved civilizations. It was quite literally insurance against extinction. There was also a darker variant called tanta, or white chino, produced by an even more elaborate process. After freezing, the tubers were submerged in flowing water, usually a cold mountain stream, for several weeks. The running water leached out the remaining bitterness, and the subsequent freeze-drying produced a whiter, milder product. Tanta was considered a prestige food, a higher quality version reserved for elites and ceremonial occasions. Even in the world of freeze-dried potatoes, hierarchy existed. As Chino technology spread across the Altiplano between roughly 3000 and 1500 BCE, it enabled something unprecedented: large-scale food storage that could sustain populations through multi-year droughts and crop failures. Archaeological excavations at Tiwanaku, the great city-state that dominated the southern Altiplano from around 500 BCE to 1000 CE, have revealed vast storage facilities packed with chino. This was not a village pantry. This was a state granary, a strategic reserve. Tiwanaku deserves a moment of our attention because it is one of the most extraordinary and least known civilizations in human history. At its peak, around 800 CE, Tiwanaku was a city of perhaps 30,000 to 40,000 people, centered on monumental stone architecture that still astonishes visitors today. The Akapana Pyramid, the semi-subterranean temple, the iconic gateway of the sun carved from a single block of andesite. All of this, every stone, every carving, every priest and artisan, was fed by the potato. The Tiwanaku developed raised field agriculture, known as sakakalu, to an extraordinary degree of sophistication. These were elevated planting platforms surrounded by canals of water, built on the flat plains near Lake Titicaca. The water in the canals absorbed solar heat during the day and released it at night, creating a microclimate that protected potato crops from the killing frosts that would otherwise have destroyed them. It was, in essence, a pre-modern form of climate engineering designed to give the potato every possible advantage. Modern experiments recreating Tiwanaku raised fields have confirmed their effectiveness. Crops grown on reconstructed sakakala platforms produce significantly higher yields than those grown on flat ground using modern techniques. The ancient engineers of Tiwanaku had figured out something that 20th century agronomists had to rediscover: that the potato does not need chemicals to thrive. It needs understanding. It needs a partnership between farmer, soil, water, and climate. It needs intelligence. But Tiwanaku collapsed. Around 1000 CE, after roughly a millennium of dominance, the city was abandoned. The prevailing theory points to a prolonged drought that disrupted the agricultural systems the civilization depended upon. Lake Titicaca's water levels dropped dramatically. The raised fields dried out. The potato harvests failed. And without potatoes, without chuno, without the surplus that had sustained the priests, the builders, and the entire apparatus of state power, Tiwanaku simply ceased to function. There is a pattern here that we will see repeated throughout this documentary. The potato giveth, and the potato taketh away. Every civilization that builds itself upon this tuber enjoys a period of remarkable growth and prosperity, fueled by the potato's extraordinary caloric efficiency. But that same efficiency creates dependency, and dependency creates vulnerability. When the potato fails, whether from drought, disease, or human mismanagement, the consequences are not merely inconvenient. They are civilizational. Meanwhile, further north, other Andean cultures were developing their own relationships with the tuber. The Wari Empire, which dominated much of the central Peruvian highlands from roughly 600 to 1000 CE, built an extensive network of roads and administrative centers that relied heavily on stored chuno to feed armies and laborers on the move. The Wari understood something crucial, that an army does not march on courage. It marches on calories. And chuno, lightweight, imperishable, and energy-dense, was the perfect military ration. Consider the logistics. A wary soldier carrying a leather bag of chuno had access to thousands of calories weighing a fraction of what the equivalent fresh potatoes would have weighed. Chuno could be eaten dry, rehydrated and cooked into a porridge, or ground into flour and mixed with water to make a quick, calorie-dense paste. It did not spoil on long marches. It did not attract insects. It did not rot in the rain. In an era before canned goods, or MREs, chuno was quite possibly the most efficient portable food ever invented. The Wari and their contemporaries also refined the practice of vertical agriculture to an art form. A single Wari administrative center might oversee potato cultivation at high altitude, maize production at middle elevations, and the harvesting of tropical fruits and coca in the lowlands. Chuno was the bridge that connected these altitude zones, produced at the top, stored at the center, and distributed as needed. It was, in effect, the Andean equivalent of a currency, a form of edible wealth. We should not romanticize this. The labor that built terraces, produced chuno, and maintained the agricultural infrastructure of these civilizations was often coerced. The Andes were not a utopia. They were hierarchical societies in which elites extracted labor and surplus from commoners, sometimes brutally. The potato made this extraction possible. By the time we reach approximately 1000 CE, the potato has been a domesticated crop for roughly 6,000 years. It has fed villages, sustained city-states, fueled military campaigns, and become embedded in the religious and cultural life of Andean civilization. Hundreds of distinct varieties exist, each adapted to specific conditions, each carrying millennia of accumulated selection in its genes. The potato is, by any measure, one of the most successful domesticated plants on Earth. And yet, the wider world has no idea it exists. In 1000 CE, Europe is deep in its medieval period, farming wheat and barley and rye. China is cultivating rice in its paddy fields. The Middle East is irrigating its grain crops. None of them have ever seen, tasted, or even heard of a potato. The tuber remains an entirely Andean phenomenon, unknown beyond the mountains that gave it birth. This isolation is about to end, but not gently, not peacefully, and not in a way that anyone, least of all the Andean people, would choose. Because somewhere around 1400 CE, from the Cusco Valley in the Peruvian highlands, a new power is rising. A people who call themselves the children of the sun. A people who will build the largest empire in pre-Columbian America, stretching from Ecuador to Chile, connected by 25,000 miles of roads, administered by a bureaucracy without writing, and fed, above all else, by potatoes stored in state-controlled warehouses at every major crossroads. The Inca are arriving, and they're about to turn the potato into a weapon. The Inca Empire did not creep into existence. It erupted. In roughly a century, from the early 1400s to the arrival of the Spanish in 1532, a small kingdom centered in the Cusco Valley expanded to encompass nearly the entire western spine of South America. At its height, Tawantinsuyo, the realm of the Four Quarters, controlled perhaps 12 million people across an area stretching from modern Colombia to central Chile. It was the largest empire in the pre-Columbian Americas, and its engine was the potato. To understand the Inca, you have to understand their obsession with logistics. This was not an empire built primarily on military genius, although they had plenty of that. It was an empire built on organization, on counting, on moving things from where they were to where they were needed with a precision that would impress a modern supply chain manager. And at the heart of that logistical machine, stored in tens of thousands of stone warehouses along 25,000 miles of road, sat the potato. The Inca road system, the Capac Nan, is one of the great engineering achievements of the ancient world. It connected every corner of the empire, from coastal deserts to alpine passes to tropical jungles, with paved pathways, rope bridges spanning 1,000-foot gorges, and tunnels carved through solid rock. Along these roads, at intervals of roughly a day's march, stood the tambos, way stations where travelers could rest, where messages were relayed by chasca runners, and where state storehouses held provisions for armies on the move. And what filled those storehouses? Chuno, enormous quantities of chuno. The Spanish chronicler Pedro Cieza de Leon, writing in the 1550s, described Inca warehouses so full of dried provisions that they could supply an army of 20,000 soldiers for months. The Inca called these storehouses calca, and they were built to exacting specifications. Rectangular stone structures positioned on hilltops to maximize airflow and minimize moisture, oriented to catch the prevailing winds, designed to keep their precious contents dry and intact for years. The numbers are staggering. Archaeological surveys have identified the remains of thousands of calca across the former Inca territory. At the site of Cotopaxi alone, near modern Cochabamba in Bolivia, researchers have documented over 2,400 individual storage structures. Each one held a specific commodity: chuno, dried meat, textiles, weapons. But chuno dominated. It was the caloric backbone of the system, the single commodity without which the entire imperial apparatus would have ground to a halt. The Inca managed this system with a level of bureaucratic precision that seems almost impossible for a civilization without writing. They used the quipu, a device made of knotted strings, to record quantities, inventories, and accounts. Each knot represented a number, each string a category. A skilled quipikamaic, a keeper of the quipu, could read and manipulate these records with the fluency of a modern accountant reading a spreadsheet. And a significant portion of what they counted was potatoes. The Inca state did not simply encourage potato farming. It mandated it. Through the MITA system, a form of labor tax, every household in the empire owed a certain number of days of work per year to the state. Much of this labor was directed toward agriculture, planting, tending, and harvesting potatoes on state-owned fields, then processing them into chuno and transporting the finished product to calca storehouses. The potato was not merely a crop. It was a form of tribute, a tax paid in tubers. This is where the story of the potato acquires a darker edge. The Inca Empire was, by many accounts, remarkably efficient. Its road network, its storage system, its administrative apparatus, all of these functioned with impressive reliability. But they functioned because millions of people were compelled to labor for the state. The potato, which had once been a communal crop grown by free villagers for their own sustenance, had become a tool of imperial extraction. The same tuber that fed the farmer also fed the system that controlled the farmer. Yet the Inca also invested heavily in agricultural innovation. They expanded the terrace systems they inherited from earlier civilizations, building them on a scale that dwarfs anything that came before. At Moray, Near Cusco, the Inca constructed a series of concentric circular terraces descending into a natural depression, each level creating a slightly different microclimate. Modern researchers believe Moray functioned as an agricultural laboratory, a place where different potato varieties were tested under controlled conditions to determine which performed best at which altitude. This is extraordinary. We are talking about a civilization that, without written scientific records, without greenhouses, without any of the apparatus of modern agronomy, was conducting systematic agricultural experiments. They were testing varieties, comparing yields, selecting for desirable traits. The Inca did not merely grow potatoes. They studied them. They optimized them. They approached potato agriculture with the rigor and intentionality of a research institution, centuries before such institutions existed in Europe. The potato also occupied a central place in Inca religion and cosmology. The Inca calendar was in significant part an agricultural calendar, and many of its most important festivals were timed to the potato growing cycle. The planting season began with ceremonies honoring Pachamama. The harvest was marked by rituals of thanksgiving that involved the offering of the first potatoes to the earth and the sun. To the Inca, agriculture was not a secular activity. It was a sacred one, and the potato was its holiest crop. There is even evidence that the Inca used the potato as a unit of time. Certain historical accounts suggest that intervals of time were measured by how long it took to cook a pot of potatoes, roughly equivalent to about an hour. If true, this means the potato was not merely food. It was a clock, a way of marking the passage of time itself. You could quite literally say that in the Inca world, time was measured in potatoes. The Inca also developed an elaborate classification system for potatoes that recognized far more varieties than modern Western taxonomy typically acknowledges. They categorized tubers by size, color, texture, cooking properties, storage potential, and altitude suitability. A skilled Inca farmer could distinguish between dozens of varieties by sight and touch, knowing instinctively which one to plant on a north-facing slope at 13,000 feet versus a sheltered valley floor at 10,000 feet. This was knowledge accumulated over centuries, encoded in practice rather than in text. One particular category deserves special mention: the bitter potatoes. These were varieties with higher concentrations of glycoalkaloids, deliberately maintained because they were more frost-resistant than their sweeter counterparts. Bitter potatoes could not be eaten fresh. They had to be processed into chuno, but they could be grown at altitudes where no other potato variety would survive, up to 15,000 feet above sea level, in conditions that would kill almost any other food crop. The bitter potato was insurance, a last line of caloric defense. The brilliance of the Inca system was its redundancy. By cultivating dozens of potato varieties across multiple altitude zones, storing massive quantities of chuno in distributed warehouses, and maintaining strict state control over planting and harvest, the Inca created an agricultural system that was remarkably resilient. A frost that destroyed one variety at one altitude might leave another variety at another altitude untouched. A drought in one valley could be compensated by surplus from another. The system was designed to absorb shocks. But resilience against natural disasters is one thing. Resilience against invasion is another matter entirely. The Inca system, for all its sophistication, was built on a single critical assumption: that the state would continue to function, that the roads would remain open, that the warehouses would remain guarded, that the bureaucracy of quipu keepers and administrators would continue to count, record, and distribute. Remove the state, and the system collapses. And in 1532, the state was about to be removed. Before we get there, though, let us spend a moment appreciating what the Inca achieved. They built an empire that fed 12 million people across 2,500 miles of the most rugged terrain on Earth, using a crop that most of the world had never heard of, administered by a bureaucracy that did not use writing, connected by a road network that rivaled Rome's, and sustained by a food preservation technology that would not be replicated by Western science until the invention of industrial freeze drying in the 20th century. Machu Picchu, that iconic citadel perched on a razor ridge above the Urubamba River, is perhaps the most famous symbol of Inca achievement. Tourists flock there by the thousands to marvel at its stonework and its views. But few of them notice the terraces, hundreds of them cascading down the slopes below the city, each one carefully engineered to grow potatoes, maize, and other crops at precisely calibrated altitudes. Machu Picchu was not just a citadel. It was a farm, the most beautiful farm in history. And then the Spanish came. In 1532, Francisco Pizarro and approximately 168 soldiers landed on the coast of Peru. They brought with them horses, steel armor, gunpowder, and, most devastatingly, smallpox and other European diseases to which the Andean population had no immunity. They also brought a limitless hunger for gold and silver, and a complete indifference to the agricultural civilization they were about to destroy. The conquest of the Inca Empire is one of the most lopsided and devastating events in human history. Within a few hours at Cajamarca, Pizarro's men captured the Inca Emperor Atahualpa, massacred thousands of unarmed attendants, and effectively decapitated the most sophisticated state in the Americas. The road system, the warehouses, the MITA labor system, the Quipu records, all of it depended on a functioning state. With the emperor in chains and the administration in chaos, the system began to unravel. The potato did not die with the Inca Empire. Andean farmers continued to grow it, as they had for millennia, in their small plots and terraced fields. But the vast state-coordinated system that had turned the potato into an instrument of imperial power was gone. The Calca were looted or abandoned. The Quipu records were destroyed. The MITA labor system was repurposed by Spanish colonizers to serve a very different kind of extraction, the mining of silver at Potosí, where millions of indigenous workers would die over the coming centuries. The Spanish were interested in precious metals, not agriculture. They cataloged the Incas' gold and silver with obsessive precision. They melted down thousands of priceless artifacts to ship the bullion back to Spain. But the potato? The potato barely merited a footnote. It was an ugly, dirt-covered thing that the conquered people ate. It was not gold. It was not silver. It was not worth writing home about. Or so they thought. But here is the twist that makes history so endlessly ironic. The gold and silver that the Spanish shipped back to Europe would eventually cause devastating inflation, destabilize the Spanish economy, and contribute to Spain's long decline as a world power. The potato, the humble, overlooked, dirt-covered tuber that the conquistadors barely noticed, would go on to feed hundreds of millions of people, trigger the greatest population boom in European history, and reshape the demographic foundations of the modern world. The conquerors took the gold and ignored the potato, and in doing so, they passed over the most valuable thing in the entire Inca Empire. Not the most beautiful, not the most impressive, but the most valuable, because gold, in the end, is just a shiny metal. You cannot eat it. You cannot plant it. You cannot feed a nation with it. But a potato can change the world, and it was about to do exactly that. Somewhere in the cargo holds of Spanish ships returning to Europe, nestled among crates of silver and rolls of exotic textiles, a few unremarkable tubers were making the journey across the Atlantic. They had no labels. They had no champions. Nobody had written a letter to the king about them. They were at best curiosities, at worst animal fodder. But those few tubers, ugly and anonymous and entirely underestimated, were carrying within them the power to transform an entire continent. They just needed time and soil. The exact date the potato arrived in Europe is, fittingly, a mystery. There is no dramatic moment of discovery, no explorer holding up a tuber and declaring it a wonder of the New World. Instead, there is a fog of partial records, contradictory accounts, and scholarly arguments that have been going back and forth for centuries. What we know for certain is this. By the 1570s, potatoes were being grown in Spain. How they got there, and who brought them, remains a matter of educated guesswork. The most commonly cited narrative is that Spanish sailors or soldiers carried tubers back from Peru, probably as a cheap food source for the voyage. The potato was already known in the Canary Islands by the 1560s, used as a provision for ships traveling between Spain and the Americas. From the Canaries, it likely made the short hop to mainland Spain, where it appeared in hospital records and monastery accounts as an item purchased for feeding the poor and the sick. Hardly a triumphant debut. In 1573, we find one of the earliest written records of the potato in Europe. The account books of the Hospital de la Sangre in Seville list purchases of what appear to be potatoes, used to supplement the diet of patients. The entries are mundane, buried among records of bread, oil, and meat. There is no fanfare, no recognition that this humble purchase represents the arrival of a crop that will eventually feed more Europeans than wheat. Just a line in a ledger. A few coins exchanged for a few tubers. From Spain, the potato began a slow, meandering journey across Europe. It traveled not through the channels of commerce or agriculture, but through the networks of Renaissance botany. Scholars, physicians, and collectors of exotic plants passed tubers and seeds among themselves like curious novelties, planting them in private gardens and monastery courtyards, sketching them in herbals, and debating what exactly this strange New World plant actually was. The confusion was genuine and, in hindsight, rather charming. European botanists had never seen anything quite like the potato. It did not fit neatly into their existing categories. Was it a type of truffle? Some early writers thought so, given that both grew underground. Was it related to the sweet potato, which had arrived in Europe slightly earlier? Many assumed it was, and the two plants were regularly conflated in 16th century texts, a confusion that persists in some languages to this day. The great Swiss botanist Gaspard Behin gave the potato its first scientific name in 1596, Solanum tuberosum esculentum. It was Behin who correctly identified the potato as a member of the Solanaceae family, the nightshades. This was, botanically speaking, accurate, but it was also, culturally speaking, a disaster, because the nightshade family included some of Europe's most feared plants: deadly nightshade, henbane, mandrake, plants associated with poison, witchcraft, and death. To place the potato in the nightshade family was to condemn it by association. Never mind that tomatoes and eggplants are also nightshades. In the 16th century, tomatoes were widely believed to be poisonous in much of northern Europe, and eggplants were treated with suspicion. The nightshade family had a reputation, and it was not a good one. The potato had arrived in Europe carrying invisible botanical baggage that would take centuries to unpack. Meanwhile, in Italy, the potato was making a slightly warmer reception. Italian botanists were among the first Europeans to cultivate and describe the plant in detail. In 1588, the botanist Pietro Andrea Mattioli included an illustration of the potato in his commentary on the ancient Greek physician Dioscorides, although he appears to have been confused about what he was drawing. The Italians, to their credit, actually tried eating the thing, and some of them even liked it. The Italian experience with the potato is instructive because it reveals the class dynamics that would shape the tuber's reception across Europe. In Italy, the potato was initially a food for the poor, the sick, and the curious. Wealthy Italians had no reason to eat it. They had pasta, bread, olive oil, and a Mediterranean diet that was already one of the most varied and nutritious in Europe. The potato was a novelty at best, a desperation food at worst. Its place was in the garden of the curious, not on the table of the powerful. In England, the potato's arrival is wrapped in myth. Popular legend credits Sir Walter Raleigh with introducing the potato to the British Isles, supposedly planting it on his estate at Myrtle Grove in Youghal, Ireland, around 1589. The story is almost certainly false, or at the very least wildly exaggerated. Raleigh never visited the potato-growing regions of South America, and the timing does not align with other historical evidence. But the legend stuck because it gave the potato a heroic origin story, which was more than it otherwise had. A more plausible route to the British Isles runs through the Low Countries. The Spanish Netherlands, modern Belgium, and the Netherlands were a hub of botanical exchange in the late 16th century, and the potato appears in Flemish and Dutch records from the 1580s onward. The Flemish botanist Carolus Clusius received potato tubers in 1588 and grew them in his garden in Vienna, later transferring specimens to Leiden when he became professor of botany at the university there. Clusius was perhaps the first European to conduct systematic observations of the potato plant. Clusius noted the potato's vigorous growth, its attractive purple and white flowers, and its prolific production of tubers. He also noted, with characteristic scholarly precision, that it caused flatulence. This observation, trivial as it might seem, would haunt the potato for centuries. The association between potatoes and gas became a recurring theme in European commentary on the tuber, contributing to its reputation as a crude, peasant food unfit for refined palates. The potato was not just foreign, it was uncouth. But Clusius also did something crucial. He distributed tubers to correspondents across Europe. Through his vast network of botanical contacts, potato samples traveled to gardens in Germany, Austria, France, and beyond. This was not a deliberate campaign to spread the potato as a food crop. It was simply the way Renaissance botany worked. Scholars shared interesting plants the way modern academics share papers. The potato was spreading, but it was spreading as a curiosity, not as a crop. In France, the potato met its chilliest reception. French attitudes toward food were already crystallizing into the rigid hierarchies that would eventually produce haute cuisine, and the potato, with its dirt-covered exterior and association with poverty, was exactly the sort of thing that French culinary culture instinctively rejected. The French did not merely ignore the potato. They actively despised it. In 1619, the Burgundy region banned the cultivation of potatoes entirely, claiming they caused leprosy. The leprosy accusation is fascinating because it reveals the depth of European anxiety about the potato. Leprosy was one of the most feared diseases of the medieval and early modern period, associated with divine punishment, moral corruption, and social exile. To accuse the potato of causing leprosy was to place it in the most extreme category of danger imaginable. It was not merely unhealthy. It was cursed, contaminated, a vector for God's wrath. And if that sounds absurd to modern ears, remember, we're dealing with an era when most people believe that disease was caused by sin, bad air, or demonic influence. The potato's physical appearance did not help. Let's be honest, an uncooked potato is not an attractive vegetable. It is lumpy, misshapen, covered in dirt, and dotted with indentations called eyes that can, with a little imagination, look disturbingly like the skin lesions associated with leprosy. In an era when the appearance of a food was believed to reveal its effects on the body, a doctrine known as the theory of signatures, the potato's unfortunate resemblance to diseased flesh was practically a conviction. The theory of signatures, widely accepted in European medicine from the medieval period through the 17th century, held that God had marked each plant with a visual clue to its medicinal properties. Walnuts, which resemble brains, were thought to cure headaches. Liverwort, shaped like a liver, was prescribed for liver complaints. By this logic, a vegetable that looked like it had leprosy must surely cause leprosy. It was bad science, of course, but it was the science of the day, and it carried enormous weight. In the German states, the potato found an equally hostile audience for different reasons. German peasants were deeply conservative in their food habits, attached to the grain crops, rye, wheat, oats, that had sustained them for centuries. The potato was foreign, underground, and unsanctioned by tradition. It was not mentioned in the Bible, which for many devout Protestants was a serious theological objection. If God had intended humans to eat potatoes, surely he would have mentioned them in Scripture. This biblical objection sounds quaint today, but it carried real force in the religious atmosphere of post-Reformation Europe. The Bible was the ultimate authority on all matters, including diet. bread, wine, grain, fish, lamb. These were biblical foods blessed by divine precedent. The potato was none of these things. It came from a pagan land. It grew in darkness below the earth, in the realm that Christian cosmology associated with the underworld. It was, in the popular imagination, literally the devil's food. By 1600, the potato had been in Europe for roughly 3 decades, and its status was, to put it generously, mixed. It was known to botanists across the continent. It had been grown in gardens from Spain to the Netherlands. It had been illustrated in herbals, debated in medical treatises, and condemned by regional authorities. But it had not been embraced by anyone. It remained what it had been since its arrival, a curiosity, an oddity, a conversation piece for scholars and a source of anxiety for everyone else. Ireland, interestingly, was an early and enthusiastic exception. The potato arrived in Ireland sometime in the late 16th century, and the Irish took to it with a speed that had no parallel anywhere else in Europe. The reasons were practical rather than cultural. Ireland's climate, cool and moist, was ideal for potato cultivation. Its soil, particularly the rich, acidic peat soils of the West, produced excellent yields. And most critically, Ireland's population was poor, oppressed, and desperately in need of a cheap, reliable source of calories. Under English colonial rule, Irish Catholics had been systematically stripped of their land, their rights, and their economic options. The penal laws confined the majority of the population to tiny rented plots on which they were expected to grow enough food to feed their families while also paying rent to absentee English landlords. On these minuscule holdings, the potato was a godsend. It produced more calories per acre than any grain. It could be grown in the poorest soils, and it required minimal equipment to plant and harvest. The Irish adoption of the potato was, in many ways, a rational response to an impossible situation. But it was also the beginning of a dependency that would have catastrophic consequences 2.5 centuries later. Every potato planted in an Irish field was both a solution and a trap. A solution to the immediate problem of hunger, and a trap that bound an entire population to a single crop with no genetic diversity and no backup plan. But that catastrophe lay far in the future. For now, the potato was saving Irish lives. Back on the continent, the potato was about to enter its most difficult period. The 17th century would see the full flowering of European hostility toward the tuber, a hostility that went far beyond practical concerns about nutrition or agriculture. This was ideological warfare. The potato was about to be cast as the villain in a drama that mixed theology, medicine, folklore, and fear into a toxic brew of rejection. The age of superstition was about to meet the vegetable from the underworld. What is remarkable, looking back, is how thoroughly Europe managed to resist a crop that was objectively superior to its existing staples in almost every measurable way. The potato produced more food per acre. It required less labor to cultivate. It was more nutritious than bread. It grew in soils too poor for grain. And yet, for nearly 200 years, most of Europe said no. Not because of evidence, not because of reason, but because of fear. The potato's long war against European prejudice was about to enter its darkest chapter. Picture Europe in the 17th century. This is a continent at war with itself, racked by religious conflict, plague, and famine. The 30 Years' War, which ravaged Central Europe from 1618 to 1648, killed an estimated 8 million people, many of them through starvation as armies systematically destroyed grain harvests and burned granaries. The Little Ice Age was tightening its grip, shortening growing seasons, and pushing temperatures downward. Hunger was not an occasional visitor to Europe. It was a permanent resident. And yet, in the midst of this suffering, most of Europe stubbornly refused to eat the one crop that could have alleviated it. The potato, sitting in scattered gardens and experimental plots across the continent, was producing abundant yields in poor soil and short growing seasons, exactly the conditions that were causing grain harvests to fail. But the cultural and psychological barriers to its adoption were immense. The potato was not just unfamiliar. It was actively feared, and that fear had deep, tangled roots. The first and perhaps most powerful source of resistance was religious. The potato grew underground, in darkness, hidden from the eye of God. In Christian cosmology, the subterranean realm was the domain of the devil. Crops were supposed to grow toward heaven, reaching upward to the sun, stretching toward the divine. Wheat, barley, rye, all of them grew in the light, their golden heads lifted to the sky. The potato did the opposite. It burrowed downward, into the earth, into the dark. It was, in the popular imagination, a vegetable of the underworld. This was not a fringe belief. The association between the potato and the devil was widespread across 17th century Europe. In Scotland, Presbyterian ministers refused to eat potatoes because they were not mentioned in the Bible. In parts of Russia, the Orthodox clergy called them devil's apples, yabloko diavola, and warned their congregations that eating them was a sin. In France and the German states, folklore held that potatoes were the food of witches, that they grew where the devil had walked, that they could corrupt the soul of anyone who consumed them. The accusation of witchcraft was not an idle metaphor in 17th century Europe. This was the peak of the European witch trials, a period in which an estimated 40,000 to 60,000 people, overwhelmingly women, were executed on charges of sorcery. The association between the potato and witchcraft placed the tuber in genuinely dangerous territory. To grow potatoes, or to advocate for their consumption, was to risk being associated with dark forces in an era when such associations could be fatal. The nightshade connection made matters worse. The potato's botanical cousins in the Solanaceae family included plants that were genuinely dangerous. Deadly nightshade, Atropa belladonna, could kill an adult with a handful of berries. Mandrake, Mandragora officinarum, was the subject of centuries of occult legend, its human-shaped root believed to scream when pulled from the earth. Henbane, Hyacinthus niger, was a narcotic poison used in folk medicine and, allegedly, in witches' flying ointments. The potato kept very bad company. Even the potato's own properties contributed to the suspicion. The above-ground parts of the potato plant, its stems, leaves, and the small green fruits that appear after flowering, are genuinely toxic. They contain solanine in concentrations high enough to cause nausea, vomiting, and, in extreme cases, death. If you ate the wrong part of a potato plant, you really could get sick. And in an era when botanical knowledge was imprecise and superstition filled the gaps, a few cases of poisoning from potato greens were enough to condemn the entire plant. Green potatoes themselves posed a real risk. When potato tubers are exposed to sunlight, they produce chlorophyll, turning green, and simultaneously increase their concentration of solanine. Eating a large quantity of green potato can cause symptoms ranging from gastrointestinal distress to neurological problems. Early European consumers, unfamiliar with the plant, may not have known to avoid green tubers. The resulting illness would have confirmed every dark suspicion they already harbored about the devil's vegetable. The leprosy theory, which we touched on in the previous chapter, reached its full expression in the 17th century. Multiple regions across Europe officially banned potato cultivation on the grounds that it caused leprosy. Besançon in France prohibited the growing of potatoes in 1630. The Parliament of Paris issued a similar ban. In parts of Switzerland and the German states, local authorities passed ordinances forbidding the planting of potatoes on communal land. These were not suggestions. They were laws backed by the full authority of the state. The logic behind the leprosy ban was, by the standards of the day, perfectly coherent. The potato was a nightshade. Nightshades were known to be toxic. The potato grew underground in filth. Leprosy was associated with filth and corruption. The potato's skin resembled the skin of a leper. Therefore, the potato caused leprosy. Each step in this chain of reasoning was wrong, but each step felt right to people operating within the medical and theological framework of the 17th century. Bad logic, sincerely held, is one of the most powerful forces in human history. There is also a class dimension to the potato's rejection that should not be overlooked. In the hierarchical societies of early modern Europe, what you ate was a marker of who you were. Bread, made from wheat, was the food of civilization. White bread was for the wealthy. Dark bread was for the poor. But even the poorest European peasant ate bread of some kind, and that bread connected them, however tenuously, to the cultural and religious traditions of a grain-eating civilization stretching back to the ancient world. The potato threatened this entire system of meaning. It was not a grain. It could not be made into bread, at least not easily. It had no place in the sacrament of communion. It had no heritage in European tradition. To eat the potato was, in a very real cultural sense, to step outside civilization, to descend from the table of bread eaters to the trough of root grubbers. No wonder the European peasant resisted. Accepting the potato meant accepting a demotion in the hierarchy of human dignity. This cultural resistance was reinforced by the opinions of Europe's intellectual elite. Medical authorities, drawing on the ancient Greek theory of humors, classified the potato as cold and moist, a combination associated with phlegm, sluggishness, and moral weakness. The Swiss physician Theodor Zwinger wrote in 1696 that potatoes produced thick, crude blood and an inclination toward melancholy. Other writers blamed potatoes for flatulence, sexual impotence, and general stupidity. Eating potatoes, it seemed, made you dull, fat, gassy, and sad. At the same time, and with wonderful hypocrisy, other writers accused the potato of the opposite, of being an aphrodisiac. Shakespeare, in The Merry Wives of Windsor, has Falstaff cry out, "Let the sky rain potatoes," in a passage widely interpreted as a reference to the potato's supposed ability to enhance sexual desire. The sweet potato, not the regular potato, is more likely what Shakespeare meant, but the confusion between the two was common. Either way, being simultaneously blamed for impotence and aphrodisia is a uniquely potato level of absurdity. The potato's reproductive biology also unnerved European observers. Unlike grain, which grows from seed in a straightforward, comprehensible way, the potato reproduces vegetatively. You plant a piece of tuber, and it clones itself underground, producing genetically identical copies without the involvement of flowers, pollen, or seeds. To a 17th century mind steeped in Christian ideas about procreation, this was deeply unnatural. The potato seemed to reproduce without sex, without the divine mechanism of seed and flower. It was, in a sense, creating life from nothing. And only God was supposed to do that. Let us step back and marvel at the sheer breadth of accusations leveled at the potato in the 17th century. It caused leprosy. It caused flatulence. It caused impotence. It caused lust. It caused stupidity. It caused melancholy. It was the devil's food. It was witches' food. It was ungodly. It was unbiblical. It was unnatural. It was uncivilized. If the potato had been a human being, it would have been the most slandered individual in European history. In all of this, every single accusation was wrong. While continental Europe raged against the potato, a quieter story was unfolding in Ireland. By the mid-17th century, the Irish peasantry had embraced the potato with a thoroughness that was, in the context of European attitudes, almost defiant. The reasons remained stubbornly practical. Ireland's climate was perfect for potatoes. Irish soil produced prodigious yields, and the Irish poor, ground down by centuries of colonial exploitation, had neither the luxury of cultural prejudice nor the option of refusing a crop that could keep their children alive. By 1650, the potato was the dominant food crop in much of Western and Southern Ireland. An average Irish laborer consumed 7 to 14 pounds of potatoes daily, supplemented by a little milk or buttermilk. This diet was, nutritionally speaking, surprisingly adequate. Potatoes provide nearly all the vitamins and minerals the human body needs, and when supplemented with dairy, they create a diet capable of sustaining hard physical labor for years. The Irish were not malnourished on potatoes. They were, by the standards of European peasants, remarkably well-nourished. But the Irish relationship with the potato was being shaped by forces beyond nutrition. English colonial policy systematically concentrated Irish Catholics onto the smallest and worst plots of land, in a process that intensified after Cromwell's brutal campaign of conquest in the 1650s. The best land was reserved for Protestant settlers and English landlords. The Irish were pushed west, into Connaught, into the boggy, rocky margins of the island, where the potato was often the only crop that would produce enough calories to survive on. The result was a feedback loop of devastating simplicity. Colonial oppression pushed the Irish onto marginal land. Marginal land favored the potato. The potato's productivity on marginal land allowed landlords to subdivide their holdings into smaller and smaller plots, extracting more rent from more tenants. Each generation, the plots got smaller. Each generation, the dependency on the potato deepened. And each generation, the vulnerability to a single catastrophic crop failure increased. The trap was closing, slowly, invisibly, and with the mechanical inevitability of a snare tightening around a sleeping animal. Back on the continent, the tide was beginning to turn. Not everywhere, and not all at once, but in scattered pockets across Europe, practical people were beginning to notice something that the theologians and doctors had overlooked. The potato actually worked. In parts of Flanders and the Netherlands, where the population was dense and land was scarce, farmers began planting potatoes as a field crop in the late 17th century. They did not do this because they loved the potato. They did it because they were hungry. The English, despite their general hostility to the potato as a human food, found a use for it that foreshadowed the tuber's eventual acceptance: animal feed. By the late 17th century, English farmers were growing potatoes to feed pigs and cattle, a practice that was both practical and psychologically convenient. If the potato was good enough for animals, it occupied a safe position in the food hierarchy, below human dignity, but not entirely useless. It was a first step, however grudging, toward acceptance. The 17th century also saw the potato become entangled in the political violence of the English Civil War and the Williamite Wars in Ireland. Soldiers on both sides encountered potatoes in the field, sometimes literally. Armies campaigning in Ireland found that the potato crop, unlike grain, could not be easily destroyed by burning. Grain stood above ground, visible and vulnerable. Potatoes hid underground, invisible and resilient. You could burn a wheat field in minutes. Digging up a potato field took days. In wartime, the potato's invisibility was a survival advantage. This military observation would prove crucial in the potato's eventual acceptance. In an era of constant warfare, when armies routinely destroyed crops as a strategy of conquest, a food source that could survive military devastation was not merely useful. It was strategically vital. The potato was, in effect, a war-proof crop. And in a continent that was almost always at war, that was an argument even the most superstitious peasant could understand. As the 17th century drew to a close, the potato's position in Europe remained paradoxical. It was simultaneously everywhere and nowhere, grown in gardens across the continent, yet rejected as a field crop by most farmers, known to every botanist, yet feared by most ordinary people, saving Irish lives by the thousands, yet condemned as the devil's food by Protestant and Catholic clergy alike. The potato had survived its first century in Europe, but it had not conquered. Not yet. But the world was changing. The scientific revolution was undermining the old certainties. The Enlightenment was beginning to replace superstition with reason, theology with empiricism, fear with curiosity. A new generation was coming, a generation that would look at the potato and see not a devil's apple, but a solution. And they would not ask Europe politely to try the potato. They would force it down Europe's throat with royal edicts, propaganda campaigns, and, in at least one famous case, an elaborate psychological trick involving armed guards in a strategically unguarded field. The age of fear was ending. The age of the potato evangelists was about to begin, and it would be, in its own way, just as dramatic, just as unlikely, and just as consequential as anything that had come before. Because convincing an entire continent to eat a vegetable it had spent 150 years calling satanic was going to require more than just good arguments. It was going to require genius, deception, and a willingness to play very, very dirty. The 18th century opened a new chapter, not just for the potato, but for the entire way human beings thought about the world. This was the Enlightenment, the age of reason, when philosophers, scientists, and monarchs across Europe began dismantling the superstitions and dogmas that had governed life for centuries. And among the many received wisdoms now being questioned was one that had persisted since the potato's arrival: the idea that this ugly, underground vegetable was the devil's work. A new generation looked at the potato and saw something different. They saw a tool. The shift was not driven by compassion. Let's be clear about that from the start. The monarchs and bureaucrats who championed the potato in the 18th century did not do so because they cared about the suffering of the poor. They did so because they understood that hungry populations are unstable populations. Hungry people riot. Hungry people refuse to pay taxes. Hungry people make terrible soldiers. And in an era of constant dynastic warfare, a monarch who could not feed his army was a monarch who could not hold his throne. The problem was grain. Europe's food supply was overwhelmingly dependent on cereal crops: wheat, rye, barley, and oats. These grains were vulnerable to everything: bad weather, drought, floods, plant diseases, and most critically, war. An army marching through farmland could destroy a grain harvest in hours, simply by setting the fields on fire. And grain, once destroyed, took an entire growing season to replace. A single military campaign could condemn an entire region to a year of famine. This happened regularly, catastrophically regularly. Enter Frederick the Great of Prussia. Frederick II, who reigned from 1740 to 1786, was many things: a military genius, a philosopher, a flute player, a correspondent of Voltaire, and one of the most ruthlessly pragmatic rulers in European history. Frederick looked at Prussia's chronic food shortages, looked at the potato, and made a calculation that was entirely devoid of sentiment. The potato could feed his people. His people could feed his army. His army could expand his kingdom. Therefore, the potato would be planted. The peasant opinions on the matter were irrelevant. In 1756, Frederick issued the first of several royal edicts commanding Prussian peasants to cultivate potatoes. The language of these decrees was not gentle. According to some accounts, Frederick threatened that peasants who refused to plant potatoes would have their noses and ears cut off. Whether this threat was literally enforced is debated by historians, but the intent was unmistakable. This was not a suggestion. This was an order from the king, backed by the full coercive power of the Prussian state. The Prussian peasants, predictably, were not enthusiastic. They had spent a century being told that the potato was the devil's food, that it caused leprosy, that it was unfit for human consumption. Now their king was telling them to plant it or face mutilation. Many complied grudgingly. Some resisted openly. There are records of Prussian villages where peasants accepted the seed potatoes from royal agents, nodded politely, and then fed them to their pigs the moment the agents left. Passive resistance is an ancient art, and Prussian peasants were masters of it. Frederick responded by sending agricultural inspectors to monitor compliance and by distributing detailed instructions on how to plant, grow, and cook potatoes. He established 8 potato farms to demonstrate cultivation techniques. He even, according to some accounts, had potatoes planted in his own royal gardens to signal that the crop was fit for a king. None of this was done with a light touch. Frederick governed the potato the way he governed everything else, with precision, discipline, and an absolute unwillingness to accept no for an answer. And it worked. Slowly, reluctantly, and with considerable grumbling, Prussia became a potato-eating nation. By the time of Frederick's death in 1786, The potato had become a staple crop across the Prussian kingdom, feeding a growing population and providing the caloric foundation for the army that would eventually unify Germany. To this day, visitors to Frederick's grave at Sanssouci Palace in Potsdam leave potatoes on the tombstone as a tribute. It is a touchingly humble gesture for a king and a testament to the power of agricultural policy enforced at the point of a bayonet. But if Frederick's approach to potato evangelism was the blunt instrument, then the story of Antoine Augustin Parmentier in France was the rapier. Parmentier is arguably the most important figure in the entire history of the potato in Europe, and his life story reads like a novel that no one would believe if it were fiction. Born in 1737 in Montdidier, a small town in northern France, Parmentier trained as a pharmacist and served in the French army during the 7 Years' War. During the war, Parmentier was captured by the Prussians, and in a Prussian prisoner of war camp, he was fed a diet consisting almost entirely of potatoes. This was, remember, Frederick's Prussia. The potato was now standard military and prison fare. For Parmentier, this experience was transformative. He arrived in captivity expecting to be poisoned or starved. Instead, he discovered that the potato sustained him perfectly well. He survived the war healthy and adequately nourished, and he returned to France with a mission: to convince his countrymen that the potato could save them from famine. This was no small ambition. France, remember, was the country that had banned potato cultivation on the grounds that it caused leprosy. The Parliament of Paris had prohibited the growing of potatoes as recently as 1748. French culinary culture viewed the potato with a contempt bordering on revulsion. For a pharmacist of modest social standing to challenge these entrenched attitudes required not just courage, but extraordinary tactical intelligence. And Parmentier had both in abundance. Parmentier's first move was scientific. In 1772, the Academy of Besançon held a competition asking what plants might serve as alternative food sources in times of famine. Parmentier entered and won, with a paper arguing passionately for the potato. The paper was rigorous, well argued, and backed by Parmentier's personal experience as a prisoner of war. It attracted the attention of the French scientific establishment and, crucially, of King Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette. What followed was one of the most brilliant public relations campaigns in the history of food. Parmentier secured an audience with Louis XVI and presented him with a bouquet of potato blossoms. The king, reportedly charmed, pinned a potato flower to his lapel. Marie Antoinette went further. She wore potato blossoms in her hair at a court ball. Overnight, the potato flower became a fashion accessory among the French aristocracy. It was pure theater, and it was genius. By associating the potato with royal glamour, Parmentier was attacking the tuber's biggest weakness, its image. But Parmentier's masterstroke was yet to come. In 1785, he persuaded the king to grant him a plot of notoriously poor, sandy soil at the Plain de Sablons near Paris. There, he planted 50 acres of potatoes. And then he did something brilliantly counterintuitive. He posted armed soldiers around the field during the day, with strict orders to guard the crop as though it were treasure. But at night, on Parmentier's secret instructions, the guards withdrew. The psychology was exquisite. By posting armed guards during the day, Parmentier signaled that the potatoes were incredibly valuable, something worth protecting, something that the king himself prized. By withdrawing the guards at night, he gave the local peasants the opportunity to sneak in and steal the tubers. And steal them they did. Parmentier was counting on the most reliable force in human nature, the desire for forbidden fruit, or in this case, forbidden tuber. People who would never have planted a potato voluntarily could not resist the urge to steal one that was being guarded by soldiers. The stolen potatoes were planted in gardens across the Parisian countryside. Within a few years, potato cultivation was spreading across the Ile-de-France and beyond. Parmentier had achieved what a century of scientific argument had failed to accomplish. He had made the potato desirable, not through logic, not through royal decree, but through a brilliant exploitation of human psychology. He understood something that the potato's earlier advocates had missed. You cannot convince people to eat something they despise, but you can trick them into wanting something they believe is forbidden. Parmentier also hosted lavish potato-themed dinner parties, inviting the most influential figures in Parisian society to meals where every course featured potatoes prepared in different ways. Benjamin Franklin attended one of these dinners. So did Antoine Lavoisier, the father of modern chemistry. Parmentier served potato bread, potato soup, potato pastries, and potatoes prepared in dozens of other ways. He was demonstrating that the potato was not just survival food. It was cuisine. It could be elegant. It could be refined. It could be French. The timing of Parmentier's campaign was not accidental. France in the 1780s was lurching toward crisis. A series of disastrous grain harvests had driven bread prices to catastrophic levels. The poor were starving. Riots were erupting in cities and towns across the country. The French Revolution, which would explode in 1789, was being fueled in no small part by the simple, brutal fact that ordinary French people could not afford bread. Parmentier's potato campaign was, in this context, not just agricultural advocacy. It was a desperate attempt to prevent societal collapse. He failed to prevent the revolution, of course. No amount of potatoes could have defused the political powder keg that France had become by 1789. But the potato did gain a foothold in France during the Revolutionary and Napoleonic periods, partly because the disruption of traditional agriculture left people with no alternative, and partly because the new revolutionary government, which had executed the king and queen who had worn potato blossoms, nevertheless continued Parmentier's work of promoting the tuber as a democratic food for the people. Today, Parmentier's name is immortalized in French cuisine. Hachis Parmentier, the French equivalent of shepherd's pie, is named in his honor. A Paris metro station bears his name. His grave in Père Lachaise Cemetery is reportedly surrounded by potato plants, tended by grateful admirers. For a man who spent his life fighting French contempt for the potato, this is a rather satisfying posthumous victory. The French may have taken 2 centuries to accept the potato, but once they did, they gave it a metro stop. That is about as French as acceptance gets. Across Europe, similar campaigns were underway, if less theatrically brilliant than Parmentier's. In Spain, the government distributed potato seeds to provincial governors with instructions for cultivation. In Sweden, Jonas Alstromer championed the potato against fierce resistance from peasants who preferred their traditional turnips. In the Habsburg Empire, Maria Theresa and her son Joseph II promoted potato cultivation as a matter of state policy, distributing tubers to reluctant farmers and publishing pamphlets explaining how to prepare them. The pattern was remarkably consistent across national borders. In every country, the potato's adoption followed the same trajectory: initial introduction, popular rejection, official promotion, grudging acceptance, and finally, enthusiastic embrace. The timeline varied. The cultural specifics differed. But the basic arc was the same everywhere because everywhere, the fundamental dynamics were identical. Populations were growing, grain was unreliable, land was limited, and the potato was simply, mathematically, undeniably, the most efficient way to convert soil into food. By the 1780s, the potato had achieved what would have seemed impossible a century earlier. It was being cultivated as a serious field crop across most of northern and central Europe. Not universally loved, not yet a dietary staple for everyone, but planted, grown, harvested, and eaten by millions of people who, a generation before, would have crossed themselves at the sight of it. The evangelists, from Frederick with his threats of amputation to Parmentier with his stolen tubers, had won their war. But they had also, unknowingly, set a fuse. The potato's caloric abundance was about to trigger a population explosion of unprecedented scale, one that would reshape the demographics of Europe, create vast new populations of the rural poor, and establish the conditions for the greatest agricultural catastrophe in modern history. The evangelists had given Europe the potato. They had not given Europe the wisdom to use it safely. And the difference between those two things was about to be measured in millions of lives. Something was happening to Europe, something that demographers and historians would spend the next 2 centuries trying to fully explain. Starting in the mid-18th century and accelerating through the early 19th, the population of Europe began to surge. Between 1750 and 1850, the population of Europe roughly doubled, growing from approximately 140 million to nearly 270 million people. This was not a gradual increase. It was an explosion concentrated among the poorest classes, in the rural areas, in precisely the regions where a new crop had recently been introduced. The potato did not cause this population boom alone. Improvements in sanitation, the decline of plague, and advances in medicine all played a role. But historian after historian has identified the potato as the single most important factor. The reason is simple arithmetic. Before the potato, a European peasant family needed roughly 5 acres of grain to feed itself. After the potato, the same family could survive on 1 to 2 acres. The potato did not just add food to the European diet. It multiplied the number of people that each acre of European soil could sustain. The numbers are almost absurd. A single acre of potatoes, cultivated with nothing more than a spade and some manure, could produce enough calories to feed a family of 6 for an entire year. The same acre planted with wheat would feed perhaps 2 people, and only if the harvest was good, which in 18th century Europe, it frequently was not. The potato was not incrementally better than grain. It was exponentially better. It was, calorie for calorie, the most efficient food production system available to pre-industrial agriculture. And this is where the story turns dark. Because the potato's extraordinary efficiency had a consequence that its champions had not anticipated. It enabled landlords, governments, and economic systems to push the rural poor into ever smaller margins of existence. If a family could survive on 2 acres of potatoes, then a landlord could subdivide his estate into 2-acre plots and extract rent from twice as many tenants. If peasants could feed themselves on potatoes, then they could be paid lower wages. If the poor could survive on less land, then more land could be devoted to cash crops for export. The potato, in other words, did not just feed the poor. It made poverty sustainable. It allowed entire populations to survive at a level of subsistence that would have been impossible with grain. And by making subsistence possible on the tiniest plots of the worst land, it removed any pressure on the powerful to reform the economic systems that kept the poor poor. Why improve conditions for your tenants when they can survive perfectly well on potatoes? Why raise wages when your workers can feed themselves on a crop that grows in dirt for almost nothing? This is the paradox that historians call the potato trap. The crop was simultaneously a liberation and a prison. It freed peasants from the constant threat of grain famine, yes, but it also freed their rulers from any obligation to provide a more just economic system. The potato gave the poor enough calories to survive, and in doing so, it took away the one thing that might have forced change, the spectacle of mass starvation that even the most callous aristocrat could not entirely ignore. Nowhere was this dynamic more visible than in Ireland. By 1800, Ireland's population had swelled to approximately 5 million, nearly double what it had been a century earlier, and the potato was feeding roughly 3 million of them. But the population was not growing because conditions were improving. It was growing because the potato allowed people to survive conditions that would otherwise have killed them. More people were alive, yes, but more people were alive in poverty, on tiny plots, eating nothing but potatoes, with absolutely no safety net if the potato crop ever failed. The Irish case was extreme, but the same pattern repeated across Europe with local variations. In Poland, the potato became the staple of the peasant diet under the feudal system of serfdom, where landowners extracted labor and produced from peasants who were legally bound to the land. In Russia, the potato spread through the vast estates of the nobility, feeding serfs who worked the fields under conditions not far removed from slavery. In Prussia, Frederick's potato mandate had succeeded. The tuber now fed the expanding population that provided soldiers for the expanding Prussian army. The military implications were enormous. An army, as Napoleon famously observed, marches on its stomach. And a nation that could feed a larger population could recruit a larger army. The potato, by enabling population growth, was directly contributing to the escalation of European military power. Prussia's ability to field the armies that would eventually dominate Central European politics was built, at its most fundamental level, on Prussian potato fields. Frederick the Great had understood this from the beginning. The potato was not just food. It was military infrastructure. The economics were equally transformative. The potato freed up land that had previously been devoted to subsistence farming. If a family could feed itself on 2 acres instead of 5, the remaining 3 acres could be planted with cash crops, wheat for market, flax for linen, or barley for brewing and distilling. The potato, paradoxically, contributed to the commercialization of European agriculture by making subsistence so efficient that surplus land became available for profitable production. Distilling is worth a special mention. The potato turned out to be an excellent raw material for the production of spirits. Potato vodka in Poland and Russia, potato schnapps in the German states, potato-based poison in Ireland. Across Europe, the potato was being transformed not just into food, but into alcohol. This had complex consequences. On one hand, distilling added economic value to the potato crop and provided income for farmers. On the other hand, cheap potato spirits contributed to epidemic alcoholism among the European poor, adding another layer of misery to lives already shaped by poverty and exploitation. In Russia, the connection between potatoes and vodka would become so economically important that the state eventually took control of vodka production as a government monopoly. Potato vodka was cheap to produce, easy to tax, and consumed in vast quantities by a population that had few other sources of comfort. The Tsarist government profited enormously from potato vodka sales, while simultaneously lamenting the drunkenness of the Russian peasantry. It was a relationship built on exploitation at every level, and the potato was at the bottom of the entire pyramid. Meanwhile, the potato was quietly transforming the nutritional landscape of Europe. This is one of those facts that sounds too good to be true, but it is backed by substantial scientific evidence. The potato and milk diet, the standard fare of the Irish peasantry, was one of the most nutritionally complete diets available in pre-modern Europe. Potatoes provide nearly all essential vitamins and minerals, including significant amounts of vitamin C, potassium, iron, and B vitamins. When supplemented with dairy, which provides the vitamin A and protein that potatoes lack, the diet is remarkably balanced. Contemporary observers noted that the Irish peasantry, despite their crushing poverty, were often taller, healthier, and more physically robust than their English counterparts who ate a more varied but less nutritious diet of bread, cheese, and occasional meat. Arthur Young, the English agricultural writer who toured Ireland in the 1770s, remarked with surprise that Irish laborers appeared strong and vigorous despite eating almost nothing but potatoes. The potato was, nutritionally speaking, a better staple food than the bread that Europeans have been eating for thousands of years. But nutrition and security are not the same thing. A diet that keeps you healthy in good times is worthless if it collapses entirely in bad times. And the potato diet, for all its nutritional completeness, had a fatal structural weakness. It depended entirely on a single crop. If the grain harvest failed in England, people could fall back on oats, barley, imported rice, or stored flour. If the potato harvest failed in Ireland, there was nothing. No backup, no alternative, no plan B, just hunger. The vulnerability was compounded by genetics. When the potato crossed the Atlantic to Europe, it arrived with only a tiny fraction of the genetic diversity that existed in the Andes. The thousands of varieties cultivated by Andean farmers were reduced through the bottleneck of transatlantic transmission to a handful of closely related cultivars. Most of the potatoes grown in Europe by the 18th century were descended from a very small number of plants, and they were genetically almost identical. This is the nightmare scenario of plant biology, a vast monoculture of clones, all equally susceptible to the same diseases. In the Andes, if a disease attacked one potato variety, dozens of others, genetically different and therefore differently resistant, would survive. The genetic diversity of the Andean potato system was its insurance policy, built over 10,000 years of careful selection. Europe had no such insurance. Its potatoes were genetically uniform, planted in vast fields of identical clones, each one carrying the same vulnerabilities as every other. It was a system designed for efficiency, but it was also a system designed for catastrophe. Some voices warned of the danger. The English political economist Thomas Malthus, writing in 1798, explicitly identified the potato as a potential catalyst for demographic disaster. Malthus argued that the potato's ability to support large populations on small plots of land would encourage population growth beyond the land's long-term carrying capacity. When the inevitable crisis came, whether from crop failure or overpopulation, the result would be famine on a scale proportional to the population the potato had enabled. Malthus was not wrong. He was simply early. But warnings from economists are easy to ignore when bellies are full and populations are booming. And by the turn of the 19th century, Europe's belly was very full indeed. The potato had become the dominant food crop for vast swathes of the continent's rural poor. In Ireland, 3 million people depended on it almost exclusively. In the Low Countries, in Poland, in Prussia, in Russia, hundreds of millions more relied on it as a critical component of their diet. The potato had won its long war against European resistance, and now was everywhere. The potato had given Europe something it had never had before, a reliable, abundant, cheap source of calories that could feed more people on less land than any grain. It had powered a population explosion. It had filled the ranks of armies. It had fueled the early stages of industrialization. It had made poverty survivable, if not comfortable. In a sense, the potato had made modern Europe possible, but it had done so by creating a dependency so deep, so pervasive, and so structurally fragile that a single biological event could unravel it entirely. And that biological event was coming. Somewhere in the highlands of central Mexico, a water mold called Phytophthora infestans was quietly mutating, adapting, and preparing for a journey across the Atlantic that would kill 1 million people and displace millions more. The potato had built its empire, and Phytophthora infestans was about to tear it down. But first, we need to look closely at the place where the catastrophe would strike hardest, the place where the potato dependency was most extreme, most total, and most lethal. We need to look at Ireland. To understand what happened to Ireland, you have to understand Ireland. Not the postcard version, not the rolling green hills and charming stone walls and cheerful pub songs. The real Ireland, the Ireland of the early 19th century, which was one of the poorest, most oppressed, and most dangerously fragile societies in Western Europe. A country where the majority of the population lived in conditions that shocked even the most jaded observers, and where the margin between survival and catastrophe was measured in the thickness of a potato skin. Ireland in 1800 was a colony in all but name. Governed from London since the Act of Union in 1800, which dissolved the Irish Parliament and brought Ireland under direct British rule, the island was dominated economically and politically by a Protestant ascendancy that owned most of the land but represented a small fraction of the population. The vast majority of Irish people were Catholic, and they had been systematically dispossessed of their land, their rights, and their political voice over the course of 3 centuries of English colonial rule. The land system was the engine of Irish misery. Most of the productive land in Ireland was owned by Protestant landlords, many of whom lived in England and never visited their Irish estates. These absentee landlords leased their land to middlemen, who subdivided it into smaller and smaller plots and rented them to Catholic tenant farmers at rack rents. extracting the maximum possible payment. The tenants had no security of tenure. They could be evicted at any time, for any reason. Their improvements to the land belonged to the landlord, not to them. Under this system, a typical Irish Catholic family rented a plot of land so small that grain cultivation was practically impossible. An acre, half an acre, sometimes even less. On these minuscule holdings, the family had to grow enough food to feed itself while also producing enough surplus to pay the rent. And the only crop that could accomplish both of these goals on such a tiny plot was the potato. Not because the Irish loved potatoes, not because they chose potatoes, but because the economic system in which they were trapped left them no other option. The economics are brutal in their simplicity. On 1 acre of average Irish soil, a farmer could grow enough potatoes to feed a family of 6 to 8 people for a year. The same acre planted with wheat would feed perhaps 2 people, and wheat required more labor, more equipment, and better soil. Many Irish tenants did grow grain, oats and wheat, on whatever land they could spare, but this grain was typically sold to pay the rent, not eaten by the family. The potatoes were for eating. The grain was for the landlord. This arrangement, in which Irish tenants grew grain for export while feeding themselves exclusively on potatoes, would become one of the most controversial aspects of the coming famine. Throughout the worst years of starvation, Ireland continued to export food. Shiploads of wheat, barley, oats, butter, and livestock left Irish ports for England while Irish men, women, and children starved in ditches along the roadsides. But in the early 19th century, this was simply the normal functioning of the colonial economy. Nobody questioned it. Not yet. The variety of potato that dominated Irish agriculture by the early 1800s was the Irish lumper. Let us pause on the lumper, because this variety is one of the central characters in the tragedy to come. The lumper was not a glamorous potato. It was large, misshapen, watery, and bland. Its flavor was unremarkable. Its texture was coarse. But it had one quality that trumped all others. It produced enormous yields on the poorest soil with the least labor. For a population farming the smallest plots of the worst land, the lumper was irresistible. The dominance of the lumper was not a choice so much as an inevitability. As landlords continued to subdivide their estates into smaller and smaller plots, and as the population continued to grow, the pressure to maximize caloric output per acre intensified relentlessly. Farmers who might have preferred a tastier, more nutritious variety simply could not afford the lower yields. The lumper produced more food per acre than any other available variety, and in the arithmetic of subsistence, more food meant more life. Everything else was luxury. By the 1840s, the lumper accounted for the overwhelming majority of the Irish potato crop. This meant that Ireland's food supply, the food supply of 8 million people, depended on a single variety of a single crop grown in a vast, genetically uniform monoculture. Every field, every garden, every lazy bed from Cork to Donegal contained essentially the same plant, with the same genetics, the same strengths, and the same vulnerabilities. If a disease appeared to which the lumper had no resistance, it would sweep through every potato field in Ireland with nothing to stop it. Lazy beds. The term itself tells a story, and not the one you might think. These were not beds for lazy people. They were raised ridges of soil, typically 3 to 6 feet wide, created by digging parallel trenches and piling the excavated earth into a central mound. Potatoes were planted in the mound, which provided drainage and depth for tuber growth. Lazy beds were the standard method of potato cultivation across Western Ireland, and their corrugated patterns are still visible in the Irish landscape today, ghost ridges marking the fields of the dead. The social structure of pre-famine Ireland was arranged in layers of descending misery. At the top were the absentee landlords, living comfortably in London or Bath. Below them were the resident landlords and middlemen who managed the estates. Below them were the tenant farmers who held leases and employed laborers. And at the very bottom, below even the tenants, were the cottiers and landless laborers, people who rented tiny patches of ground often from tenants themselves, paying for their potato patches with their labor. The cottiers were the most vulnerable people in Ireland, and there were millions of them. They owned nothing. They had no lease, no security, no savings, no alternative food source. Their entire existence depended on the annual potato harvest. A good harvest meant another year of survival. A bad harvest meant hunger. A total failure meant death. And they knew this. They lived with this knowledge every day, watching the sky for signs of frost, feeling the soil for signs of rot, praying to God and all the saints for one more good season. The potato season in Ireland followed a grim annual rhythm that the poor called the hungry months, or in Gorda Beag, the little hunger. Each year, the gap between the exhaustion of the previous year's potato supply and the ripening of the new crop created a period of desperate scarcity, typically from May to August, during which families subsisted on wild plants, nettles, seaweed, and whatever they could beg or borrow. This was not famine. This was normal life, the annual cycle of feast and scarcity that the potato imposed on its dependents. The Irish poor were not unaware of their vulnerability. Folk memory preserved recollections of earlier potato failures, localized blights and frosts that had caused regional famines in 1740, 1800, and 1816. The famine of 1740 to 1741, sometimes called Bliain and Air, the year of the slaughter, killed an estimated 300,000 to 480,000 people, roughly 1/8 of Ireland's population at the time. It was proportionally one of the deadliest famines in European history, but it was largely forgotten outside Ireland, overshadowed by the far greater catastrophe that was yet to come. British officials were also aware of Ireland's precarious food situation, though their awareness did not translate into meaningful action. Multiple reports and commissions in the 1830s and 1840s documented the extreme poverty and food insecurity of the Irish peasantry. The Devon Commission of 1843 to 1845 conducted an extensive survey of Irish land conditions and concluded that the situation was dangerous and unsustainable. The Commission's report was published. It was read. It was discussed. And then, essentially, it was filed away and forgotten. The political philosophy of the British government in this era was laissez-faire, a doctrine holding that the state should not interfere in economic affairs, that markets should be left to regulate themselves, and that any government intervention to alleviate poverty would only encourage dependency and laziness among the poor. This philosophy, championed by economists like Nassau Sr. and politicians like Charles Trevelyan, would shape the British response to the coming famine with devastating consequences. Charles Trevelyan. Remember that name. He was the Assistant Secretary to the Treasury, the man who would be placed in charge of famine relief efforts when the crisis came. A devout evangelical Protestant, Trevelyan believed that the Irish famine was divine providence, God's judgment on a morally deficient people. He wrote, in a letter that has become infamous, that the judgment of God sent the calamity to teach the Irish a lesson, and that the calamity must not be too much mitigated. The real evil, in Trevelyan's view, was not starvation. It was the character of the Irish themselves. But all of this, the political ideology, the bureaucratic indifference, the structural vulnerability, was merely the stage set. The actors were in their places. The script was written. The trap was baited and armed. All that was missing was the trigger. And the trigger was a microscopic organism, smaller than a grain of sand, invisible to the naked eye, drifting on the winds across the Atlantic Ocean. Phytophthora infestans, the potato destroyer. It would arrive in Europe in 1844 in Belgium, probably carried on a shipment of seed potatoes from the Americas. Phytophthora infestans is not a fungus, although it was long classified as one. It is an oomycete, a water mold, more closely related to algae than to true fungi. It thrives in cool, moist conditions, exactly the conditions that prevail in Western Ireland. It reproduces with terrifying speed, releasing millions of spores that travel on wind and rain, landing on potato leaves and penetrating the plant's tissues within hours. Once inside, it destroys the plant from within, turning green, healthy tissue into a blackened, putrid mass in a matter of days. In the summer of 1845, reports of potato blight began arriving from Belgium, the Netherlands, and northern France. Fields that had been green and healthy one week were black and rotting the next. The blight moved with the weather, carried by wind and rain across the English Channel and the Irish Sea. By September 1845, it had reached Ireland. And in Ireland, where the conditions were perfect and the resistance was non-existent, it found exactly what it needed to become a catastrophe: 8 million people and one variety of potato. The scene was set with terrible precision. A population of 8 million, the densest in Europe, 3 million of them eating virtually nothing but potatoes. A single variety, the lumper, genetically defenseless against the approaching blight. A colonial government philosophically opposed to intervention. A ruling class that viewed Irish poverty as a moral failing rather than a political crime. And a microscopic water mold, perfectly adapted to the Irish climate, about to descend on every potato field on the island. What happened next would not be a natural disaster. It would be a manufactured catastrophe, and it would change the world. It began with a smell. In September 1845, farmers across Ireland walked into their fields and were hit by a stench unlike anything they had experienced before, a thick, sweet, rotting smell that hung in the damp air like a warning from the earth itself. The potato plants, which had been green and vigorous just days earlier, were collapsing. Their leaves were spotted with dark brown lesions that spread like bruises. Their stems turned black and slimy. And when the farmers dug into the soil to check their tubers, they found the worst. The potatoes themselves were rotting underground, turning into a putrid, inedible mush. The speed of the destruction was almost supernatural. A field that appeared healthy on Monday could be completely destroyed by Friday. The blight moved with the rain, its spores washing off infected leaves and soaking into the soil, reaching the tubers below. In the cool, wet conditions of an Irish autumn, Phytophthora infestans found its paradise. The organism did not merely damage the potato crop, it annihilated it. In county after county, the harvest simply ceased to exist. Where there had been food, there was now only rot. In 1845, the blight destroyed roughly 1/3 to 1/2 of the Irish potato crop. This was devastating, but not immediately fatal. Enough potatoes survived the first year's attack to stave off mass starvation, although severe hunger was widespread, particularly in the West and South. Many Irish families consumed their seed potatoes, the tubers they would normally have saved for planting the following year, in order to survive the winter. This was a desperate act, and it carried a terrible implication. If the blight returned in 1846, there would be nothing left to plant. The blight returned in 1846, and this time it was total. The summer of 1846 was warm and wet, perfect conditions for Phytophthora infestans, and the pathogen swept through the diminished potato crop with devastating efficiency. Father Theobald Matthew, traveling through Ireland in late July, described the transformation in a single week. On July 27th, the potato field from Cork to Dublin were blooming in all the luxuriance of an abundant harvest. 1 week later, the same fields were completely blackened, as if they had been burned by fire. The total failure of the 1846 crop turned hardship into catastrophe. 3 million people who had been subsisting on potatoes now had no food at all. No stored reserves, no alternative crops, no savings with which to buy food on the open market. The famine proper began in the winter of 1846 to 1847, a season that would become known in Irish memory as Black 47, the darkest year in the history of the Irish nation. The scenes that unfolded across Ireland during Black 47 belong to the most harrowing chapters of human suffering. People ate grass, nettles, seaweed, and the bark of trees. They ate carrion, the flesh of dead horses and dogs. They ate nothing at all, and they died. They died in their cottages, in the fields, on the roads, in the workhouses that were supposed to save them, but were so overcrowded and disease-ridden that entering one was often a death sentence in itself. They died quietly, without protest, too weakened by starvation to do anything but lie down and stop breathing. The diseases that accompanied starvation were, in many ways, more lethal than the hunger itself. Typhus, relapsing fever, and dysentery swept through the weakened population with horrifying efficiency. Typhus, carried by the body lice that thrived in the filthy, overcrowded conditions of famine, was known in Ireland as famine fever. It killed indiscriminately, rich and poor, young and old, Irish and English. Several doctors and relief workers who had come to help the starving were themselves struck down by typhus and died. The British government's response to the famine has been debated by historians for nearly 2 centuries, and the debate shows no sign of resolution. What is beyond dispute is that the response was catastrophically inadequate. The Whig government of Lord John Russell, guided by the laissez-faire economics of Charles Trevelyan, resisted large-scale food distribution on the grounds that it would distort the market and create dependency. Trevelyan insisted that the famine must be left to the operation of natural causes, a phrase that would echo through Irish history with the force of an indictment. The government's primary relief measure was the establishment of public works programs, in which starving people were given employment breaking stones and building roads in exchange for wages that were supposed to allow them to buy food on the open market. The logic was perverse. People who were dying of starvation were required to perform hard physical labor in the depths of an Irish winter before they could earn enough money to eat. Many collapsed and died on the work sites. Others were too weak to reach them. The roads they built led nowhere. They were, quite literally, roads to nowhere built by the dying. Meanwhile, food continued to leave Ireland. This is the fact that burns hottest in Irish memory and fuels the most bitter accusations of genocide. Throughout the worst years of the famine, Ireland remained a net exporter of food. Ships laden with grain, butter, livestock, and other provisions sailed from Irish ports under armed guard while Irish people starved within sight of the docks. The food was the property of the landlords, produced on their estates, and they had every legal right to sell it. Legality and morality, as the famine demonstrated, are not the same thing. The question of whether the Great Famine constitutes genocide remains one of the most charged issues in Irish and British historiography. Those who use the term point to the British government's deliberate withholding of adequate relief, its continued extraction of food exports, its ideological commitment to laissez-faire in the face of mass death, and statements like Trevelyan's about divine providence teaching the Irish a lesson. Those who reject the term argue that the famine was a natural disaster compounded by policy failures, not a deliberate campaign of extermination. The truth, as usual, is complicated and uncomfortable. What is not debatable is the scale of the suffering. Between 1845 and 1852, approximately 1 million people died in Ireland from starvation and famine-related diseases. 1 million. In a population of 8 million. That is 1 in every 8 people. Imagine walking down a street and knowing that 1 in every 8 faces you see will be dead within a few years. Imagine attending a church service and knowing that 1 in every 8 people in the pews will not survive. This was Ireland. This was what the failure of a single vegetable looked like. The dying was not distributed equally. The west of Ireland, the poorest and most potato-dependent region, suffered the most. Counties like Mayo, Galway, Clare, and Kerry lost staggering proportions of their populations. In some western parishes, the death rate exceeded 25%. Entire villages were wiped out. Entire townlands were depopulated. The landscape itself was transformed as abandoned cottages crumbled into the hillsides and potato ridges grew over with grass, leaving corrugated scars on the land that are still visible today. The workhouses, Ireland's institutions of last resort for the destitute, became charnel houses. Designed to hold a few hundred inmates each, they were overwhelmed by tens of thousands of desperate people seeking food and shelter. Conditions inside were nightmarish. overcrowded dormitories, inadequate sanitation, minimal food, and epidemic disease. In many workhouses, the death rate among inmates exceeded 50%. People entered the workhouse alive and left it dead. For many, the only departure was in a coffin, or in a mass grave without any coffin at all. The mass graves of the famine era are among the most haunting monuments in Ireland. In Abbeystree, in Skibbereen, in Kilkenny, in dozens of towns and villages across the island, unmarked pits hold the remains of thousands of people who were buried without ceremony, without coffins, often without even a record of their names. Some of these graves were not discovered until construction projects in the 20th and 21st centuries accidentally unearthed them. The dead of the famine were not just killed, they were erased. Evictions compounded the catastrophe. Landlords, faced with tenants who could no longer pay rent because they had no crop to sell and no money to earn, responded by evicting them. The process was brutal and systematic. Families were dragged from their cottages, which were then demolished, literally torn down or burned, to prevent them from returning. In 1847 alone, an estimated 100,000 people were formally evicted. In the years that followed, the number climbed to over 500,000. Eviction in an Irish winter, without food, shelter, or resources, was effectively a death sentence. The Gregory Clause, a provision of the Poor Law Extension Act of 1847, made the cruelty explicit. Under this clause, any tenant holding more than a quarter-acre of land was ineligible for famine relief. To receive food from the state, a family had to surrender their land. This was not a loophole. It was deliberate policy designed to facilitate the consolidation of Irish land holdings by forcing smallholders off their property. The famine was being used consciously and systematically as a tool of land clearance. Not all responses to the famine were monstrous. The Quakers, the Society of Friends, mounted one of the most effective private relief efforts, establishing soup kitchens across Ireland and distributing food without regard to religion or politics. The Choctaw Nation, a Native American people who had themselves been forcibly displaced on the Trail of Tears just 16 years earlier, sent $170 to Irish famine relief, a sum equivalent to thousands of dollars today. This act of solidarity between two colonized peoples remains one of the most poignant episodes in the entire history of the famine. Ottoman Sultan Abdulmecid reportedly attempted to send £10,000 to Ireland, but was asked by British diplomats to reduce the amount to £1,000, so as not to embarrass Queen Victoria, who had donated £2,000. Whether this story is fully accurate is debated, but it captures a truth that was apparent to the entire world. Britain, the wealthiest nation on earth, was allowing its nearest colonial subject to starve while spending lavishly on its own empire. The moral bankruptcy of the British response was visible from Istanbul to Washington. By 1848, the worst of the starvation was beginning to ease, not because conditions had improved, but because the population had shrunk. The dead could no longer die. The emigrated had left. Those who remained were the survivors, hardened by years of suffering, diminished in number, but not yet in spirit. The blight continued to strike intermittently through 1849, 1850, and 1851, each recurrence driving another wave of death and emigration. The famine did not end with a single dramatic moment. It bled out slowly, a wound that stopped flowing only because there was less blood left to lose. The demographic impact was staggering and permanent. Ireland's population fell from approximately 8.2 million in 1841 to 6.5 million in 1851. But the decline did not stop with the famine. Emigration continued for decades afterward, driven by poverty, lack of opportunity, and the deep psychological trauma of the famine years. By 1900, Ireland's population had fallen to approximately 4.4 million. It would not begin to recover until the late 20th century. Today, Ireland's population is still lower than it was in 1845. No other country in Europe experienced a comparable demographic collapse. The Great Famine changed Ireland forever. It destroyed the Gaelic-speaking culture of the West, as the regions where Irish was spoken as a first language were precisely the regions hardest hit by starvation and emigration. It deepened Irish hatred of British rule to a degree that would fuel the independence movement for the next 70 years. It created a diaspora that would reshape the politics and culture of the United States, Canada, Australia, and Britain itself. And it embedded a trauma in the Irish national psyche that has never fully healed. An Garda Mór, the Great Hunger, it is the defining event of modern Irish history, and it is, at its core, a story about a potato. About what happens when an entire civilization stakes its survival on a single crop, when the powerful refuse to help the powerless, when ideology trumps humanity, and when a microscopic organism reveals the catastrophic fragility hiding behind the illusion of abundance. The potato did not cause the famine alone. British policy, colonial exploitation, and economic ideology caused the famine. But the potato made it possible, and the potato made it lethal. Stand at the famine memorial on the Dublin quayside today, among those gaunt bronze figures with their hollow eyes and skeletal frames, and you are looking at the consequences of a monoculture. You are looking at what happens when a society forgets, or is forced to forget, the ancient Andean wisdom of diversity, of redundancy, of growing many varieties instead of one. You are looking at the price of the lumper, and you are looking at a warning that the modern world, with its own vast monocultures of wheat, rice, and corn, has not yet fully heeded. They left Ireland in coffin ships. That is not a metaphor. That is what they were called, and that is what they were. Overcrowded, unseaworthy, disease-ridden vessels crammed with starving, desperate passengers who had sold or abandoned everything they owned for the price of a ticket across the Atlantic. The ships were called coffin ships because so many of their passengers died during the voyage that the crossing itself became an extension of the famine, a floating graveyard where typhus, dysentery, and starvation continued the work that Phytophthora and Festins had begun. The conditions aboard these ships were almost beyond description. Passengers were packed into below-deck holds with as little as 6 square feet per person. Ventilation was minimal. Sanitation was non-existent. Fresh water was rationed to a cup per day, sometimes less. Food was whatever the passengers had managed to bring aboard. A few pounds of oatmeal, perhaps some biscuits, rarely anything more. The voyage from Ireland to North America took between 4 and 8 weeks, depending on weather. For many, it was the longest month of their lives. For some, it was the last. The mortality rate on coffin ships varied wildly, but on the worst voyages, it was catastrophic. The ship Elizabeth and Sarah, sailing from Killala to Quebec in 1847, lost 42 of its 276 passengers during the voyage. The Virginius, carrying 496 passengers, arrived in Quebec with 158 dead and 186 sick. The Larch departed Sligo with 440 passengers and lost 108 during the crossing, with another 152 ill to walk when the ship finally docked. These were not isolated incidents. They were representative. Typhus was the great killer aboard the coffin ships. The disease, transmitted by body lice, spread with terrifying speed in the cramped, filthy conditions below deck. Once typhus took hold in a ship's hold, there was no stopping it. The sick lay among the healthy, separated by inches. The dead were left among the living until the crew could be persuaded to remove them. The stench, according to contemporary accounts, was overwhelming, a combination of vomit, excrement, rotting flesh, and the sweet, sickening smell of typhus fever. The primary destination for Irish famine immigrants was British North America, particularly Quebec and the maritime provinces, which were closer and therefore cheaper to reach than the United States. Gros Isle, a quarantine station in the St. Lawrence River downstream from Quebec City, became the first point of contact for thousands of arriving immigrants. In the summer of 1847, so many ships arrived carrying sick and dying passengers that a fleet of vessels backed up in the river, waiting for space at the quarantine station. People died waiting to be allowed to die on land. The death toll at Gross Island, 1847, was staggering. Over 5,000 people died on the island or in the ships waiting offshore. Many more died in the fever sheds of Quebec, Montreal, and Kingston in the weeks after arrival. The Canadian authorities, overwhelmed by the scale of the crisis, struggled to provide even basic medical care. Doctors and nurses who volunteered to work in the fever sheds contracted typhus themselves. Several died. The famine was exporting its death toll across the ocean. Those who survived the crossing and the quarantine stations faced a world that was often hostile to their arrival. In the United States, the sudden influx of hundreds of thousands of impoverished, often illiterate, Catholic Irish immigrants triggered a backlash of nativist fury. The Know Nothing movement, a political party built on anti-immigrant and anti-Catholic sentiment, surged in popularity during the 1850s. Signs reading "No Irish Need Apply" appeared in shop windows and newspaper advertisements across the eastern seaboard. The Irish in America were portrayed in the popular press as subhuman, drunken, violent, ignorant, and racially inferior. Political cartoonists depicted them as ape-like creatures, with exaggerated features and brutish expressions. The comparison to animals was deliberate and systematic, echoing the dehumanization that had characterized British attitudes toward the Irish for centuries. The famine had not only driven the Irish from their homeland, it had delivered them into a new country that was prepared to hate them almost as thoroughly as the old one. And yet the Irish survived. They survived because they had already survived the worst thing that could happen to a people, and everything after that, the slums of Boston, the mines of Pennsylvania, the railroads of the West, was merely difficult rather than lethal. They survived by clustering together in ethnic neighborhoods, by building churches and schools, by organizing politically with a ferocity that stunned the American establishment, and by channeling their rage at British betrayal into a fierce, uncompromising Irish-American identity that persists to this day. The Irish transformed American politics. Within a generation of their arrival, Irish Americans had gained control of the Democratic Party machines in cities like New York, Boston, and Chicago. Tammany Hall, the notorious New York political machine, was dominated by Irish politicians who dispensed patronage, jobs, and favors to their communities with an efficiency that would have impressed an Inca Quipikamaic. The Irish had learned, in the hardest possible school, that political power was the only reliable protection against oppression, and they pursued it with relentless determination. The Irish also became the backbone of the American labor movement. Having experienced firsthand the consequences of unchecked economic exploitation, Irish American workers were at the forefront of organizing unions, strikes, and political campaigns for workers' rights. The Molly Maguires, a secret organization of Irish American miners in Pennsylvania, used sabotage and violence against mine owners in the 1870s. Whether they were terrorists or freedom fighters depends on your perspective, but their struggle was rooted in the same dynamics that had caused the famine: the exploitation of the powerless by the powerful. The diaspora was not limited to America. Irish famine immigrants settled across the English-speaking world and beyond. In Liverpool and Glasgow, Irish communities formed in the industrial slums, providing cheap labor for the factories and docks. In Australia, Irish immigrants arrived both as free settlers and as transported convicts, eventually becoming one of the largest ethnic groups in the country. In Argentina, Chile, and New Zealand, smaller but significant Irish communities took root, each one carrying the memory of the famine across another ocean to another shore. In England itself, the Irish arrived in the hundreds of thousands, settling in the industrial cities of the North and the Midlands. Manchester, Liverpool, Birmingham, and London all acquired substantial Irish populations during and after the famine years. These Irish communities faced discrimination and hostility, but they also provided the labor force that powered the Industrial Revolution. The factories, the railways, the canals, the construction projects of Victorian England were built, in no small part, by the hands of Irish famine refugees. The famine also gave birth to a political movement that would eventually destroy British rule in Ireland. Irish republicanism. The Young Ireland movement of the 1840s, radicalized by the famine, attempted a failed rebellion in 1848. Its leaders were exiled to Australia and America, where they continued to organize and agitate. The Fenian Brotherhood, founded in 1858, drew its membership largely from famine survivors and their children. The Easter Rising of 1916, the War of Independence, the creation of the Irish Free State, all of these can be traced in a direct line back to the rage born in the famine years. The famine changed the Irish relationship with the potato itself. In the decades after the Great Hunger, Irish agriculture diversified, moving away from the extreme monoculture that had made the famine possible. Farmers planted a wider variety of crops. The lumper was abandoned in favor of more blight-resistant varieties. The government invested in agricultural education and infrastructure. The lesson of the famine, that total dependence on a single crop was suicidal, had been learned. It had been learned at a cost that no civilization should ever have to pay. But the potato did not leave the Irish diet. It could not. It remained too productive, too nutritious, too well suited to the Irish climate and soil to be abandoned entirely. What changed was the relationship. Before the famine, the potato was Ireland's only food. After the famine, it was one food among several. Before the famine, the potato was taken for granted, planted with the casual confidence of a people who had never known it to fail completely. After the famine, every Irish farmer who put a seed potato into the ground did so with the knowledge that the earth could betray them. That confidence, once lost, never fully returned. The Great Famine also left its mark on the global understanding of food security. It was the first modern famine to be extensively documented, debated, and analyzed while it was still happening. Journalists, politicians, and economists across Europe and America argued about its causes and its remedies. The famine forced the world to confront uncomfortable questions about the relationship between colonialism and hunger, between economic ideology and human survival, between the rights of property and the rights of the starving. These questions remain unanswered. In a world where roughly 700 million people are chronically undernourished, where food is wasted by the billions of tons while children starve, where agricultural policy is shaped by corporate interests rather than human needs, the questions raised by the Irish famine are as relevant today as they were in 1847. The famine was not a historical curiosity. It was a preview, a demonstration of what happens when food systems are designed for profit rather than resilience, for efficiency rather than equity, for the market rather than the people. Today, the Irish diaspora numbers an estimated 70 to 80 million people worldwide, roughly 10 times the current population of Ireland itself. In the United States alone, over 30 million people claim Irish ancestry. They are the descendants of the famine, the inheritors of a trauma that was inflicted by a water mold, enabled by a monoculture, and deepened by a government that chose ideology over humanity. They carry the potato in their history the way a scar carries the memory of a wound, healed over, but never entirely gone. And somewhere in the Andes, high above the clouds, Andean farmers still grow 4,000 varieties of potato on the same terraced fields their ancestors carved 10,000 years ago. They still freeze-dry chuno using the same technique perfected before the Inca. They still know, in their hands and in their bones, the ancient lesson that the Irish learned too late and at too great a cost. That diversity is not a luxury. It is survival. That a civilization built on a single crop is a civilization built on a single point of failure. And that the earth, generous as it is, will always demand respect. Russia came late to the potato. While Frederick the Great was threatening Prussian peasants with amputation and Parmentier was staging his elaborate theater in Paris, Russia, the largest country on earth, was still almost entirely ignorant of the tuber. The potato arrived in Russia through Peter the Great, who reportedly sent a sack of potatoes from the Netherlands to Count Sheremetev in the early 1700s with instructions to distribute them for planting. The Count obeyed. The peasants ignored the instruction, and the potatoes, for the most part, rotted. Peter the Great was a man of legendary enthusiasms and equally legendary impatience. He had dragged Russia into the modern world by sheer force of will, building a new capital in a swamp, forcing his nobility to shave their beards, and creating a navy from nothing. But even Peter could not force Russian peasants to eat a vegetable they did not trust. The potato languished in aristocratic gardens for decades, a curiosity of the westernizing elite, while the vast peasant majority continued to farm rye, buckwheat, and cabbage, the crops their ancestors had grown for centuries. It was Catherine the Great who made the first serious attempt to promote the potato as a crop for the Russian masses. In 1765, Catherine's medical college issued a directive recommending potato cultivation as a defense against famine, and the Senate ordered the distribution of seed potatoes and planting instructions to provinces across the empire. The directive was written in the language of enlightened governance, emphasizing the potato's nutritional value and its ability to grow in Russia's harsh climate. It was rational, well-intentioned, and utterly futile. The Russian peasantry responded to Catherine's potato initiative with a reaction that fell somewhere between indifference and open revolt. The potato was foreign. It was unknown. It was associated with the German and Dutch influences that the westernizing court imposed on a deeply traditional society. And, most damning of all, it was rumored to be the devil's apple, a designation that carried the same terrifying weight in Orthodox Russia that had carried in Protestant Germany a century earlier. The Russian peasant had no intention of planting Satan's vegetable in his garden. The resistance was not merely passive. In the 1830s and 1840s, under Tsar Nicholas I, the government launched a more aggressive campaign to force potato cultivation on the peasantry, sending officials into villages with seed potatoes and orders to plant them. The result was the Kartoffelny Buntari, the potato riots, a series of violent uprisings that swept across the Urals region, the Volga, and parts of Siberia between 1834 and 1844. Peasants attacked government officials, burned seed potatoes, and in some cases killed the bureaucrats sent to enforce the planting orders. The potato riots are a fascinating and largely forgotten episode in Russian history. They were driven not by hunger, but by fear, not by deprivation, but by cultural resistance. The peasants who rioted were not starving. They were angry. They believed, with a sincerity that bordered on theological certainty, that the potato was a tool of the Antichrist, that planting it was a sin, and that the government officials forcing them to cultivate it were agents of a demonic conspiracy. This was not ignorance. It was faith. And faith, as the Russian government discovered, is not easily overruled by decree. The government suppressed the riots with military force, as Russian governments tended to do. Troops were dispatched. Ringleaders were arrested, flogged, and exiled to Siberia. The potato planting orders were reissued with additional penalties for noncompliance. And slowly, grudgingly, and with the same sullen resentment that had characterized Prussian acceptance a century earlier, the Russian peasantry began to plant potatoes. Not because they wanted to, not because they were convinced, but because the alternative was the knout, the whip, and the long road east to Siberia. By the 1860s, the potato had established itself as a significant crop across the Russian Empire. The emancipation of the serfs in 1861, which freed roughly 23 million people from legal bondage, paradoxically accelerated potato adoption. Freed serfs, now responsible for feeding themselves without the guaranteed, if meager, provisions of the feudal system, turned to the potato as the most efficient way to extract calories from the small, often poor plots of land they were allocated. Freedom, it turned out, tasted a lot like potatoes. But the potato's most significant role in Russian society was not as food. It was as raw material. For vodka. The connection between the potato and vodka in Russia and Eastern Europe is so deep and so economically consequential that it deserves special attention. Potato vodka, cheaper and easier to produce than grain vodka, became the dominant form of spirits consumed by the Russian lower classes from the mid-19th century onward. And vodka, in Russia was not just a drink. It was an institution, a currency, a social lubricant, and, most critically, a source of enormous revenue for the state. The Russian state's relationship with vodka was spectacularly cynical. The government maintained a monopoly on vodka production and sales for much of the imperial period, earning vast revenues from the sale of spirits to the very population it was supposedly governing for the common good. At various points, vodka revenues constituted as much as a third of total state income. The Tsarist government was, in essence, a liquor monopoly with an army attached, and the potato was the cheap, abundant raw material that made the entire system possible. The social consequences were devastating. Alcoholism became epidemic among the Russian peasantry and urban poor. Village life was shaped by cycles of work and drinking that left families impoverished and communities shattered. Temperance movements arose, led by the Orthodox clergy and progressive reformers, but they struggled against the entrenched economic interests of a state that profited directly from the population's addiction. The potato, which had been introduced to combat hunger, had become the instrument of a different kind of destruction. In Poland, the potato and vodka nexus was equally powerful. Poland had adopted the potato earlier than Russia, partly through Prussian influence, and Polish potato vodka had become a major export commodity by the 19th century. The Polish szlachta, the landed nobility, operated vast distilleries on their estates, converting potato harvests into spirits that were sold across Europe. For the Polish peasant, however, the equation was grimly familiar. Grow the potatoes, drink the vodka, remain poor. The crop that was supposed to liberate the peasantry had become a tool for keeping them docile. The potato's conquest of Eastern Europe followed a pattern distinct from its Western journey. In the West, the potato had faced superstition and cultural resistance. In the East, it faced those same obstacles plus the additional burden of being associated with unwanted Westernization. The Euro potato riots were not just about potatoes. They were about identity, about a peasantry that saw the potato as a symbol of everything that the modernizing, westernizing state was trying to impose on traditional Russian life. The potato was foreign, and in Russia, foreign was dangerous. Yet by the end of the 19th century, Russia had become one of the largest potato producers in the world. The tuber that had been burned, rioted against, and condemned as the devil's fruit was now feeding tens of millions of Russian subjects. It was the primary crop in the small garden plots that peasant families tended for their own consumption. It was the base for the vodka that dulled the pain of their poverty. It was the cheapest food in the urban markets of Moscow and St. Petersburg. The potato had won, as it always won, not by persuasion, but by necessity. The story of the potato in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, in Romania, in the Balkans, and across the Ottoman territories followed similar arcs of resistance and acceptance. Everywhere, the potato met initial hostility. Everywhere, it was eventually adopted because the mathematics of hunger left no alternative. Everywhere, it arrived as a foreign imposition and became, within a generation or two, something that people could not imagine living without. The potato was not loved into the European diet. It was absorbed the way water is absorbed by parched ground, not by choice, but by the irresistible logic of need. By 1900, the potato was the fourth most important food crop on Earth, behind wheat, rice, and maize. It fed hundreds of millions of people across Europe, from the Atlantic coast to the Ural Mountains. It had survived riots, bans, religious condemnation, and 2 centuries of relentless superstition. It had crossed oceans, overthrown prejudices, survived famines, and fueled a demographic explosion that had reshaped the political map of the world. And it was about to enter a new century in which its role would become, if anything, even more critical. The age of industrial warfare was dawning, and armies, as always, would need to be fed. The Industrial Revolution changed everything about human civilization except one thing: the need to eat. Factories could spin cotton and forge steel, and weave cloth at speeds that would have seemed magical to previous generations. But the workers who operated those machines were still made of flesh and blood, and they still needed calories, thousands of them, every single day. The question that haunted every industrializing nation in the 19th century was deceptively simple. How do you feed millions of people who no longer grow their own food? The answer, across much of northern and central Europe, was the potato. The mass migration from countryside to city that defined the Industrial Revolution created enormous urban populations that needed cheap, abundant, calorie-dense food. Bread was expensive, meat was a luxury, but potatoes were cheap, plentiful, and could be prepared with nothing more than a pot of water and a fire. For the factory workers of Manchester, the miners of Silesia, and the railway builders of the Ruhr Valley, the potato was not a choice. It was a subsistence strategy, the cheapest way to stay alive long enough to work another shift. The economics were ruthless. Industrial capitalism in the 19th century operated on a simple principle: minimize the cost of labor. Wages were set as low as the market would bear, which in practice meant just enough to prevent workers from starving or rioting. The potato made this calculus possible. Because potatoes were so cheap and so calorie-dense, employers could pay wages that were, by any humane standard, pitifully low, knowing that their workers could survive on a diet of potatoes supplemented by little else. The potato was not just feeding the Industrial Revolution, it was subsidizing it. Friedrich Engels, Karl Marx's collaborator and the author of The Condition of the Working Class in England, documented the potato's central role in the diet of industrial workers in his 1845 study of Manchester's slums. Engels described families subsisting almost entirely on potatoes, living in cellars flooded with sewage, working 16-hour days in mills and factories, and dying of cholera, typhus, and simple exhaustion before the age of 40. The potato kept them alive. But alive, in the Manchester slums of the 1840s, was a relative term. Marx himself was keenly aware of the potato's political significance. In Capital, he discussed the potato as an instrument that allowed capitalists to depress wages to the bare minimum of subsistence. The cheaper the food that sustains the worker, Marx argued, the lower the wage that the capitalist needs to pay. The potato, by making subsistence almost impossibly cheap, had effectively lowered the floor of human misery. It was, in Marxist terms, a tool of exploitation masquerading as a gift of nature. But the potato's role in the Industrial Revolution extended far beyond the dinner plates of factory workers. Potato starch, extracted from the tuber through a simple washing and settling process, became an essential industrial commodity. In the textile industry, potato starch was used to size and stiffen fabrics, giving cotton and linen the crisp finish that Victorian consumers demanded. In the paper industry, it served as a binding agent. In the adhesives industry, it was the base for glues used in everything from bookbinding to wallpaper. The potato was literally holding the Industrial Revolution together. The German chemical industry, which would become the most advanced in the world by the late 19th century, found numerous applications for potato-derived products. Potato starch could be converted into glucose and dextrin, which had applications in pharmaceuticals, confectionery, and brewing. Potato alcohol, produced by fermenting and distilling starch, was used as a solvent, a fuel, and a raw material for chemical synthesis. The potato was not just a food crop. It was an industrial feedstock, a versatile raw material that the burgeoning chemical industry consumed in enormous quantities. In Belgium, the potato's role in industrialization was particularly stark. Belgium was the first country on the European continent to industrialize, and its industrial boom was powered by a workforce that subsisted largely on potatoes and bread. The coal miners of the Bornage, the textile workers of Ghent, the steel workers of Liège, all of them depended on the potato as their primary source of calories. Vincent van Gogh, living among the miners of the Bornage in 1878, was so struck by their potato-centered existence that he later immortalized it in his famous painting, The Potato Eaters. The Potato Eaters, painted in 1885, is one of the most powerful images of potato culture ever created. 5 figures sit around a rough table in a dimly lit room, eating potatoes from a shared dish. Their faces are rough and weathered, their hands gnarled from labor. Van Gogh deliberately chose to depict them in darkness, under the feeble glow of a single oil lamp, to emphasize the harshness of their existence. He wrote to his brother Theo that he wanted to show that these people, who ate their potatoes by the light of their lamp, had dug the earth with the same hands they put in the dish. The painting is a masterpiece of social realism, but it is also a document. It records a way of life that was, by the 1880s, the norm for tens of millions of Europeans. A life in which the potato was not merely part of the diet, but the diet itself, consumed at every meal, from the first bite of morning until the last mouthful at night. The potato eaters are not enjoying their food. They are consuming it with the mechanical determination of people who eat to survive, not to savor. The potato, in Van Gogh's vision, is not a pleasure. It is a sentence. The relationship between the potato and urbanization deserves particular attention. Before the potato, European cities were limited in size by the availability of grain from the surrounding countryside. Grain is bulky, expensive to transport, and spoils relatively quickly. The potato, being more calorie-dense per unit of weight and easier to store, could support denser urban populations at lower cost. The explosive growth of industrial cities like London, Berlin, and Manchester in the 19th century would not have been possible, or at least not at the same speed, without the potato. The potato also played a role in one of the 19th century's most important public health crises. Cholera, which swept through European cities in devastating epidemics in 1832, 1848, and 1866, thrived in the overcrowded, unsanitary conditions of industrial slums. The same urban density that the potato had helped to create was now providing the perfect breeding ground for waterborne disease. The potato had not caused cholera, obviously, but by enabling the rapid, unplanned urbanization that characterized the Industrial Revolution, it had contributed to the conditions in which cholera could thrive. The railways, the defining technology of the 19th century, were built in part on potato calories. The navvies, the itinerant laborers who dug the cuttings, laid the tracks, and built the bridges of Europe's expanding rail networks, were among the hardest working and hardest living people of the industrial age. Their diet was dominated by potatoes, supplemented by beer and occasional meat. A navvy could consume 7 to 10 pounds of potatoes per day, the fuel required for 10 to 12 hours of back-breaking physical labor with picks, shovels, and wheelbarrows. By the end of the 19th century, the potato had become so embedded in European industrial society that its absence was almost unthinkable. It fed the workers. It stiffened the textiles. It glued the paper. It powered the distilleries. It sustained the armies. It enabled the cities. The potato was, in every meaningful sense, the invisible infrastructure of industrial civilization, unseen, unacknowledged, and absolutely indispensable. Remove the potato from 19th century Europe, and the entire system grinds to a halt. The factories close. The cities empty. The armies starve. And now that system, that industrial civilization built on steel and coal and potato calories, was about to face its greatest test. In the summer of 1914, the nations of Europe would mobilize their industrial populations, their factory workers and miners and railwaymen, and march them into a war of unprecedented scale and ferocity. The Great War would consume 10 million soldiers and 6 million civilians. It would destroy empires, redraw maps, and shatter the confidence of a civilization that had believed itself to be the pinnacle of human progress. And at every step, in every trench, in every besieged city, the potato would be there, as it always was. On June 28, 1914, Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria was assassinated in Sarajevo. Within 6 weeks, the major powers of Europe were at war. The Great War, as it would be called until an even greater one came along, would last 4 years, kill approximately 17 million people, and destroy four empires. It would be fought with machine guns, poison gas, tanks, and aircraft. But beneath all the advanced weaponry, beneath the tactics and the strategies and the diplomacy, the war would be decided, as all wars ultimately are, by logistics. And logistics, at its most fundamental level, meant food. And food, for much of Europe, meant potatoes. Every belligerent nation in World War I recognized the potato as a strategic commodity from the very beginning. The British government launched a campaign encouraging citizens to plant potatoes in gardens, allotments, and every available patch of urban soil. In the trenches of the Western Front, the potato was a staple of the soldiers' diet on both sides. British soldiers received potatoes as part of their daily rations, usually boiled or fried in whatever fat was available. German soldiers ate Kartoffeln in every conceivable form: boiled, mashed, fried, baked, and in soups that were more water than potato. French soldiers, ironically, ate the descendants of the very potatoes that Parmentier had championed a century earlier. The trenches were democratic in at least one respect. Everyone ate potatoes. But the potato's role in World War I was most dramatically illustrated not by its presence, but by its absence. In the winter of 1916 to 1917, the German potato crop failed catastrophically, devastated by a combination of blight, bad weather, and the loss of agricultural labor to the military. The result was the Steckreben winter, the turnip winter, one of the most desperate food crises in German history. With the potato harvest destroyed and grain supplies depleted by the British naval blockade, the German civilian population was reduced to eating turnips, cattle feed that was considered unfit for human consumption. The turnip winter was a catastrophe of both nutrition and morale. Turnips became the basis of every meal: turnip soup, turnip bread, turnip coffee, turnip marmalade. The caloric content was grossly inadequate, and malnutrition became widespread. An estimated 750,000 German civilians died from malnutrition and related diseases during the blockade years. The failure of the potato crop, more than any military defeat, shattered German civilian morale and contributed directly to the social unrest that would eventually topple the Kaiser and bring about the armistice of November 1918. The lesson was not lost on the leaders who survived the war. The connection between food supply and national survival had been demonstrated with terrifying clarity. A nation could have the best trained army, the most advanced weapons, and the most brilliant generals, but if it could not feed its people, it would collapse. The potato, which had been a domestic policy issue before the war, was now a matter of national security. And every nation that intended to fight another war, which was most of them, began planning its potato supply with the seriousness previously reserved for ammunition. The interwar period saw a dramatic expansion of potato cultivation across Europe, driven by governments determined never to repeat the food crises of the Great War. Germany invested heavily in potato research and breeding, developing new varieties that were more resistant to blight and better suited to the country's climate. Britain expanded its potato acreage and established research stations dedicated to improving yields. The Soviet Union, as we shall see in the next chapter, took a very different and ultimately disastrous approach to agricultural science. When World War II erupted in 1939, the potato was ready. Or rather, the potato was planned for. Every belligerent nation had learned from the turnip winter. Britain launched the Dig for Victory campaign, one of the most famous propaganda campaigns in history, urging every citizen with access to a patch of soil to plant vegetables, with potatoes at the top of the list. Parks, sports fields, railway embankments, and even the moat of the Tower of London were plowed up and planted with potatoes. The Dig for Victory campaign was remarkably successful. By 1943, there were approximately 1.4 million allotments in Britain, producing an estimated 1 million tons of vegetables annually, with potatoes accounting for the largest share. The campaign transformed British food culture, a nation that had been heavily dependent on imported food learned, under the pressure of German submarine warfare, to feed itself from its own soil. The potato, once again, was the crop of last resort, and once again it delivered. In occupied Europe, the potato took on an even more desperate significance. Under German occupation, food was systematically extracted from conquered territories to feed the Reich. The Hunger Plan, conceived by Nazi officials Herbert Back and others, explicitly envisioned the starvation of millions of Slavic civilians to free up food supplies for Germany. In this context, the ability to grow and hide potatoes became a matter of survival. Potatoes, growing underground and invisible to occupying forces, were harder to confiscate than grain standing in open fields. In the Netherlands, the Hunger Winter of 1944 to 1945 demonstrated once again the catastrophic consequences of potato failure. When German forces blockaded the Western Netherlands in retaliation for a Dutch railway strike supporting the Allied advance, the food supply collapsed. Over the winter, approximately 20,000 people died of starvation, and millions more survived on tulip bulbs, sugar beets, and whatever scraps they could forage. The potato harvest had been confiscated. Without it, a modern European nation descended into famine in a matter of months. The Siege of Leningrad, lasting from September 1941 to January 1944, provides perhaps the most harrowing example of the potato's wartime significance. Encircled by German forces for 872 days, the city's population of nearly 3 million was cut off from almost all food supplies. An estimated 1 million civilians died of starvation. Those who survived did so on minimal bread rations, supplemented by whatever could be found: sawdust, wallpaper paste, leather belts, and when available, frozen potatoes dug from storage cellars and garden plots. In the concentration camps and forced labor installations of the Nazi regime, potatoes represented the difference between death today and death next week. Camp rations, deliberately designed to provide fewer calories than needed for survival, often included a thin potato soup that was more water than substance. Survivors' memoirs repeatedly described the obsession with food that dominated every waking moment in the camps. And the potato, even in its most wretched form, as a watery soup or a frozen peel scavenged from the ground, appears again and again as the last, most desperate source of sustenance. Resistance movements across occupied Europe relied on the potato as a logistical asset. Partisan fighters in the forests of Belarus, Poland, and Yugoslavia depended on potatoes supplied by sympathetic villagers or raided from German stores. The potato's ability to be stored in underground caches, invisible to aerial surveillance and difficult for occupying forces to locate, made it an ideal food for guerrilla warfare. The same quality that had made the potato resistant to military destruction in 17th century Ireland now made it resistant to Nazi confiscation in 20th century Europe. On the American home front, the potato played a somewhat different role. The United States, blessed with abundant agricultural land and protected from invasion by 2 oceans, did not face the existential food crises that devastated Europe. But American potatoes fed American soldiers. The U.S. military consumed enormous quantities of potatoes, served in mess halls and field kitchens across every theater of the war. Dehydrated potato flakes, an American innovation, became a standard military ration, lightweight and shelf-stable, capable of being reconstituted with water into a reasonable facsimile of mashed potatoes. The dehydrated potato was, in a sense, the industrial descendant of chuno. The Inca had figured out freeze-drying 5,000 years earlier, using the cold, dry air of the Altiplano. Now, American food scientists were achieving essentially the same result using industrial dehydration technology. The principle was identical: remove the water, preserve the calories, and create a product that could be stored indefinitely and transported efficiently. The Inca would have recognized the technology instantly. They might even have been impressed by the scale. By the time the war ended in 1945, the potato had once again demonstrated its indispensable role in human survival. It had fed armies on every front. It had sustained civilian populations under siege and occupation. Its absence had caused famines that killed hundreds of thousands. Its presence had kept resistance movements alive and allowed besieged cities to hold out month after month. The potato had not won the war. But without the potato, the war could not have been fought, and certainly not survived by the populations that endured it. In the rubble of post-war Europe, the potato was once again the first crop planted, the first food harvested, the first step toward recovery. In the bombed-out cities of Germany, in the devastated countryside of Poland and Ukraine, in the scarred landscapes of France and the Netherlands, people planted potatoes in the wreckage and waited for the earth to feed them one more time. It is a testament to the potato's resilience and to humanity's that it always did. To understand what happened to the potato in the Soviet Union, you first have to understand what happened to Soviet agriculture. And what happened to Soviet agriculture was, in a word, ideology. The Soviet experiment in farming was not driven by science, by practicality, or by any genuine concern for feeding the population. It was driven by a political vision so rigid, so divorced from reality, and so catastrophically enforced that it killed more people than the Irish famine and both world wars combined. The potato was merely one of its victims, but it was a revealing one. Joseph Stalin's program of forced collectivization, launched in 1929, aimed to abolish private farming and consolidate the Soviet Union's millions of small family farms into large, state-controlled collective farms, or kolkhozy. The theoretical justification was Marxist. Collective farming would be more efficient, more modern, and more equitable than the patchwork of private smallholdings that had characterized Russian agriculture for centuries. The practical reality was mass confiscation, mass deportation, and mass death. The kulaks, relatively prosperous peasant farmers whom Stalin branded as class enemies, were the primary targets. Between 1930 and 1933, an estimated 1.8 million kulaks were deported to labor camps and remote settlements in Siberia and Central Asia. Their property, including their potato stores and seed stocks, was confiscated. Many died during deportation or in the camps. Those who remained in the villages were stripped of their animals, their tools, and their freedom. The people who knew best how to grow food were the first to be destroyed. The consequences for food production were immediate and devastating. The collective farms, poorly managed by inexperienced party appointees, produced far less than the private farms they replaced. Grain harvests plummeted. Potato yields collapsed. And in 1932 to 1933, the Holodomor, a famine of genocidal proportions, engulfed Ukraine, killing an estimated 3.5 to 7.5 million people. The Holodomor was not a natural disaster. It was a political one, caused by the forced extraction of grain and other food from Ukrainian farms to meet unrealistic state quotas, even as the rural population starved. The potato's role in the Holodomor was complex. While grain was the primary crop confiscated by the state, potatoes were also seized. But potatoes, growing underground and therefore harder to locate and confiscate than standing grain, became a lifeline for those who managed to hide small quantities from the collectors. Stories from Holodomor survivors describe families digging up frozen potatoes from fields that had already been harvested by the state, scraping the ground for any tubers the collectors had missed. A single overlooked potato could mean another day of life. Into this catastrophe stepped one of the most destructive figures in the history of agriculture, Trofim Denisovich Lysenko. Lysenko was a Ukrainian agronomist of modest talent and immense ambition who, in the late 1920s, began promoting a theory of plant biology that rejected Mendelian genetics in favor of something he called vernalization. Lysenko claimed that by subjecting seeds and tubers to specific temperature treatments, he could permanently alter their hereditary characteristics, passing acquired traits from one generation to the next. This was, scientifically speaking, nonsense. But Lysenko's nonsense had one enormous advantage over genuine science. It aligned perfectly with Marxist ideology. Mendelian genetics, with its emphasis on fixed, inherited traits, implied a kind of biological determinism that was philosophically uncomfortable for a regime that believed in the perfectibility of human nature through correct political conditions. Lysenko's theory, which held that organisms could be permanently transformed by their environment, was ideologically convenient. It suggested that nature, like society, could be reshaped by revolutionary will. Stalin loved it. With Stalin's backing, Lysenko rose to become the dictator of Soviet biological science. Real geneticists were persecuted, imprisoned, and in some cases executed. Nikolai Vavilov, the brilliant botanist who had assembled the world's largest collection of crop genetic material, including thousands of potato varieties from the Andes, was arrested in 1940 on charges of sabotage and espionage. He died of starvation in a Soviet prison in 1943, surrounded by the very famine his work had been designed to prevent. The irony was bitter beyond words. Lysenko's influence on Soviet potato production was devastating. His insistence on vernalization and other pseudoscientific techniques led to widespread adoption of farming practices that actively reduced yields. Soviet potato breeders who might have developed genuinely improved varieties were forced to follow Lysenko's methods or face persecution. Research into blight resistance, which was advancing rapidly in the West, was effectively halted in the Soviet Union. While American and European scientists were developing the tools that would transform modern potato agriculture, Soviet scientists were being forced to chase a fantasy. The damage persisted long after Lysenko's fall from grace. He was not fully discredited until 1964, after Khrushchev's removal from power, and by then, Soviet agricultural science had lost a generation of researchers and accumulated decades of wasted effort. The Soviet Union never caught up. Its potato yields remained significantly below those of Western Europe throughout the Cold War period, a testament to the long-lasting damage that ideologically driven pseudoscience can inflict on a nation's capacity to feed itself. But here is where the story takes an unexpected turn. While the Soviet state was busy destroying its own agricultural science, ordinary Soviet citizens were quietly saving themselves with potatoes grown in their private garden plots. The dacha, the small country house with its attached garden, became the site of a parallel food system that existed alongside and often in defiance of the official collective farm economy. On these tiny plots, rarely larger than a quarter of an acre, Soviet families grew potatoes, vegetables, and fruit for their own consumption. The statistics are extraordinary. By the 1970s, private garden plots, which constituted roughly 3% of Soviet agricultural land, were producing an estimated quarter to a third of the country's total food output. For potatoes specifically, private plots produced an even larger share, with some estimates suggesting that over half of all Soviet potatoes were grown in private gardens. The most successful communist state in history was, when it came to the most basic question of all, feeding its people dependent on private enterprise. Marx would not have been amused. The dacha potato garden was more than an economic phenomenon. It was an act of quiet resistance, a declaration of self-sufficiency in a system that demanded total collective obedience. Every potato planted in a dacha garden was a potato that did not pass through the hands of the state. Every harvest was a small victory of individual initiative over centralized control. The Soviet citizen who tended a potato patch was not making a political statement, but the potato patch itself was one, growing in the soil of a system that had tried and failed to abolish private life. The potato survival in the Soviet system is a parable about resilience. The state tried to collectivize it, and the collective farms failed. The state tried to improve it through pseudoscience, and the pseudoscience set it back by decades. The state tried to control every aspect of food production, and the people responded by growing potatoes in their back gardens. The potato outlasted Lysenko. It outlasted Stalin. It outlasted the Soviet Union itself. When the USSR dissolved in 1991, the potato was still there, growing in millions of dacha plots across 11 time zones. In the chaotic years following the Soviet collapse, when the Russian economy imploded and the state distribution system ceased to function, The dacha potato garden went from supplementary food source to primary survival strategy. Millions of Russians who had held professional jobs in the Soviet system found themselves planting potatoes to feed their families, returning to the subsistence agriculture that their grandparents had practiced before collectivization. The will had come full circle. The potato, once again, was the food of last resort, the food that kept people alive when everything else failed. Today, Russia remains one of the world's largest potato producers, and the dacha garden remains a central feature of Russian life. Every spring, millions of Russians make the pilgrimage to their dacha plots to plant potatoes, a ritual so deeply embedded in the national culture that it has survived its SARS, the revolution, collectivization, 2 world wars, and the fall of communism. The potato, which arrived in Russia as a foreign curiosity in the 18th century and was rioted against by terrified peasants, has become as Russian as the birch tree, the samovar, and the first snow of winter. The potato arrived in North America by a circuitous route that would have amused the tuber itself, if tubers were capable of amusement. Rather than traveling directly from South America, the potato came to the English colonies via Europe, arriving in the early 17th century with Scotch-Irish settlers who brought it to New Hampshire around 1719. For the next century and a half, it remained a garden vegetable of modest importance, overshadowed by maize, wheat, and the vast abundance of a continent that seemed, to its European colonizers, to have no limits. The Irish famine changed everything. The massive influx of Irish immigrants in the 1840s and 1850s brought with them not only their labor, their politics, and their religion, but also their deep, complex, traumatized relationship with the potato. The Irish knew potatoes. They knew how to grow them, cook them, and survive on them. And their arrival in America coincided with the westward expansion of the nation, creating a demand for cheap, reliable food that the potato was uniquely positioned to satisfy. But the potato that would define American agriculture was not an Irish variety. It was the creation of a largely self-taught plant breeder from Massachusetts named Luther Burbank. In 1872 or 1873, the 23-year-old Burbank discovered a seed ball, a rare fruit produced by potato flowers, on a plant growing in his mother's garden in Lunenburg. From this single seed ball, Burbank grew 23 seedlings, selecting the most promising one for its large size, smooth skin, and excellent flavor. He called it the Burbank potato. The Burbank potato was good, but its descendant was transformative. A natural mutation of the original Burbank, discovered in the 1910s, produced a tuber with the distinctive russet, or rough, netted skin that would become the defining visual characteristic of the American potato. This was the russet Burbank, and it would go on to become the single most commercially important potato variety in North American history. Today, the russet Burbank accounts for approximately 40% of all potatoes grown in the United States. What made the russet Burbank so successful was not just its taste or its yield, although both were excellent. It was its uniformity. The russet Burbank produced large, oblong tubers of consistent size, shape, and starch content. This uniformity was irrelevant in a world of home gardening and local markets. But it would prove to be a gold mine in a world of industrial food processing, where machinery required standardized inputs and consumers demanded standardized outputs. The russet Burbank was in essence the first potato designed for a machine. Luther Burbank sold the rights to his potato for $150 and used the money to move to Santa Rosa, California, where he would spend the next 50 years as one of America's most famous and prolific plant breeders, developing over 800 new varieties of fruits, vegetables, and ornamental plants. He never became wealthy from the potato that bore his name, but his creation would eventually underpin a multi-billion-dollar industry and feed hundreds of millions of people. The return on that $150 investment is quite literally incalculable. The russet Burbank found its true home not in Massachusetts, but in Idaho. The volcanic soils of southern Idaho, rich in minerals and perfectly drained, turn out to be ideal for potato cultivation. The region's dry climate reduced disease pressure. Its irrigation infrastructure, fed by the Snake River, provided reliable water, and its cool nights promoted the starch accumulation that makes a good baking potato. Idaho and the russet Burbank were a perfect match, and by the early 20th century, Idaho was becoming the potato capital of America. The mechanization of American potato farming proceeded with the relentless efficiency that characterized American agriculture in general. Horse-drawn potato planters and diggers, introduced in the late 19th century, were replaced by tractor-powered equipment in the early 20th. By mid-century, virtually every step of potato production, from planting to harvesting to sorting to storage, had been mechanized. A crop that had been planted by hand for 10,000 years was now being handled almost entirely by machines, at a scale and speed that would have been unimaginable to the Andean farmers who first domesticated it. The scale of American potato production is staggering. By the mid-20th century, the United States was producing over 400 million hundredweight of potatoes annually, concentrated in a handful of states: Idaho, Washington, Maine, North Dakota, and Wisconsin. Individual farms in Idaho could span thousands of acres, each one producing potatoes with an industrial efficiency that compressed what had taken 1,000 Andean farmers to grow into the output of a single operation with a handful of workers and a fleet of machines. This industrialization brought benefits and costs in roughly equal measure. On the benefits side, American potato farming produced enormous quantities of cheap, reliable food, contributing to a food system that, whatever its other flaws, largely succeeded in feeding a rapidly growing population. On the cost side, industrial potato farming was ecologically devastating. Monocultures required massive inputs of chemical fertilizers, pesticides, and fungicides, and the concentration of production in a few regions created the same kind of genetic vulnerability that had destroyed Ireland's crop a century earlier. The Colorado potato beetle deserves a brief but colorful digression. This small, striped insect, native to the Rocky Mountains, had been quietly feeding on wild Solanum species for millennia when it encountered cultivated potatoes spreading westward across the Great Plains in the 1850s. The beetle found the cultivated potato irresistible and began spreading eastward at a rate of roughly 50 miles per year, reaching the Atlantic coast by the 1870s and eventually crossing the ocean to Europe. It became, and remains, one of the most destructive potato pests in the world. The battle against the Colorado potato beetle drove the development of chemical pesticides in American agriculture. Paris green, an arsenic-based compound, was one of the first widely used chemical insecticides, and its primary target was the potato beetle. The escalating chemical war between farmers and the beetle, which repeatedly evolved resistance to new pesticides, became a textbook example of the pesticide treadmill, a cycle in which ever stronger chemicals are required to combat ever more resistant pests, with diminishing returns and increasing environmental damage. The figure who would transform the American potato from a farm product into a global industrial commodity was not a farmer or a scientist, but a businessman, Jack Richard Simplot. Born in 1909 in Dubuque, Iowa, and raised on a homestead in Idaho, Simplot left school at 14 and began trading potatoes with the kind of entrepreneurial instinct that, in America, is celebrated as genius and, in most other places, would be considered reckless. By his early 20s, he was one of the largest potato dealers in the American West. During World War II, Simplot won a contract to supply dehydrated potatoes to the U.S. military, and his company became the largest shipper of dehydrated potatoes in the country. The war taught Simplot two things. First, that processed potatoes could be produced at enormous scale and shipped anywhere in the world. And second, that the U.S. government was willing to pay handsomely for this convenience. These lessons would prove invaluable when, a few years later, Simplot encountered a new technology that would change the potato industry forever: the frozen French fry. In 1953, a Simplot chemist named Ray Dunlap perfected a process for producing frozen French fries that could be stored, shipped, and reheated without losing their texture or flavor. The technology itself was relatively straightforward. Potatoes were peeled, cut into strips, blanched, par-fried, and then flash frozen. But the implications were revolutionary. For the first time, French fries could be prepared in a factory, frozen, shipped across the country, and fried to identical crispness in any kitchen or restaurant, from Seattle to Savannah. Simplot's frozen French fry was a solution in search of a problem. And the problem, as it turned out, was being created at that very moment in a small restaurant in San Bernardino, California, by two brothers named Dick and Mac McDonald, who were about to invent a new way of selling food that would reshape the eating habits of the entire planet. The era of fast food was dawning, and the potato was about to become its golden, crispy, mass-produced foundation. The American potato industry, by mid-century, had achieved something remarkable and slightly unsettling. It had taken a crop that had been cultivated for 10,000 years by millions of diverse farmers using thousands of varieties and reduced it to a single dominant variety, the russet Burbank, grown on a handful of massive farms, processed in a handful of massive factories, and consumed in a form, the French fry, that bore almost no resemblance to the original tuber. The Americanization of the potato was complete. The industrialization was total. And the next step, the one that would turn this processed product into a global phenomenon, was just around the corner. In 1948, in a small octagonal restaurant on the corner of 14th and East Streets in San Bernardino, California, two brothers named Dick and Mac McDonald made a decision that would reshape the eating habits of the entire planet. They stripped their menu down to a handful of items: hamburgers, cheeseburgers, soft drinks, milkshakes, and French fries. They eliminated waitresses, replaced plates with paper wrappers, and designed a kitchen that operated like a factory assembly line. The speedy service system, they called it. And at its golden, crispy heart was the French fry. The McDonald brothers had not invented the French fry. Fried potatoes had been a staple of European cuisine since at least the 17th century, and the French fry, in some form or another, had been served in American restaurants since the 19th. What the McDonald's invented was something more consequential. They standardized the French fry. Every fry in their restaurant was cut to the same thickness, fried at the same temperature, for the same duration, producing the same result every single time. In an America obsessed with efficiency and consistency, this was revolutionary. But the McDonald's had a problem. Making fresh French fries from scratch was labor-intensive, inconsistent, and dependent on the seasonal availability of fresh potatoes. A franchise model, which required thousands of restaurants to produce identical products, could not rely on individual cooks cutting individual potatoes. The fry needed to be industrialized. It needed to arrive at the restaurant pre-cut, pre-processed, and ready to be dropped into a fryer with no skill, no judgment, and no variation. It needed, in other words, J.R. Simplot. The meeting between Ray Kroc, the ambitious milkshake machine salesman who had taken control of the McDonald's franchise system, and J.R. Simplot, the Idaho potato magnate who had perfected frozen French fry technology, was one of the most consequential business meetings of the 20th century. In 1965, Simplot convinced Kroc to switch McDonald's from fresh cut to frozen fries. The deal transformed both companies. McDonald's got a perfectly consistent product that could be shipped anywhere. Simplot got the largest single customer for frozen potatoes in the history of the world. The numbers that followed are almost absurd. By the 1990s, McDonald's was purchasing over 3 billion pounds of potatoes annually, roughly 7% of the entire American potato crop. A single fast food chain was consuming more potatoes than many nations' produce. And McDonald's was not alone. Burger King, Wendy's, and dozens of other chains adopted frozen fries, creating a demand for processed potatoes so vast that it reshaped American agriculture, turning potato farming into a contract-based industry dominated by a handful of massive processors. The French fry was not the only processed potato product conquering the world. The potato chip, invented in America in the mid-19th century, possibly by George Crumb, a cook at Moon's Lake House in Saratoga Springs, New York, had evolved from a restaurant novelty into a multi-billion-dollar snack industry. Companies like Lay's, Pringles, and Ruffles turned sliced, fried, and salted potatoes into one of the most consumed snack foods on Earth, generating annual global revenues exceeding $30 billion. Pringles deserve a special, slightly horrified mention. Introduced by Procter & Gamble in 1968, Pringles are not, technically, potato chips. They are made from dehydrated potato flakes, wheat starch, and corn flour, pressed into a uniform saddle shape and packaged in a cylindrical tube. The potato, in this form, has been so thoroughly processed that it bears essentially no resemblance to the original tuber. It is the potato reduced to its constituent chemistry and reconstituted into something that exists not in nature, but in a factory. The Inca would not have recognized it. They probably would not have eaten it either. Instant mashed potatoes, another mid-20th century innovation, completed the trifecta of processed potato products. Developed in the 1950s and commercialized by companies like Idaho Supreme and Hungry Jack, instant mashed potatoes reduced the most basic form of potato cookery to a simple act: add water. Potato flakes, or granules, produced by dehydrating cooked potatoes, could be reconstituted in minutes into something that resembled, however distantly, the mashed potatoes your grandmother used to make. Convenience had triumphed over quality, and the market approved. The globalization of fast food in the late 20th century carried the processed potato to every corner of the earth. McDonald's opened in Japan in 1971, in Brazil in 1979, in the Soviet Union in 1990, and in China in 1992. Each new franchise brought the frozen French fry with it, introducing populations that had never eaten fried potatoes to a product that was, within a generation, as familiar as any local food. The French fry became the most globally ubiquitous form of the potato, consumed in over 100 countries, transcending every cultural and culinary boundary. The health consequences of the processed potato revolution were significant and troubling. A baked potato is a nutritious food, rich in vitamins, minerals, and fiber, with virtually no fat. A large order of McDonald's French fries contains roughly 500 calories, 23 grams of fat, and nearly a gram of sodium. The transformation from whole food to processed product stripped the potato of much of its nutritional value while loading it with fat, salt, and calories. The potato, which had been one of the healthiest staple foods in human history, was now contributing to an epidemic of obesity and cardiovascular disease. The environmental footprint of industrial potato processing is equally concerning. The production of frozen French fries requires enormous quantities of water, energy, and chemical inputs. A single ton of frozen fries requires approximately 300 gallons of processing water. The refrigerated supply chain that moves frozen fries from factory to franchise generates significant carbon emissions. And the monoculture farming that produces the raw potatoes depletes soil, contaminates groundwater with pesticide runoff, and destroys biodiversity across vast acreages of formerly diverse farmland. The processed potato industry also created a new kind of dependency, not between people and a crop, as in Ireland, but between farmers and corporations. In the modern American potato industry, most farmers grow potatoes under contract to processing companies like Simplot, Lamb Weston, or McCain. These contracts specify the variety to be planted, the inputs to be used, the quality standards to be met, and the price to be paid. The farmer bears the risk of weather and disease. The processor sets the terms. The balance of power is not subtle. The variety specifications are particularly telling. Processors demand potatoes that meet exacting standards of size, shape, starch content, sugar content, and absence of defects. The russet Burbank, with its long, uniform shape and high starch content, remains the preferred variety for French fries. Potatoes that do not meet specifications are rejected, leaving the farmer with a product that often cannot be sold elsewhere. The result is a system that actively discourages diversity, rewarding farmers who grow exactly one type of potato and penalizing those who experiment with alternatives. By the year 2000, The potato had been transformed from a subsistence crop into a global industrial commodity. It was traded on futures markets, processed in factories the size of aircraft hangars, and consumed in forms that bore no resemblance to the tuber that Andean farmers had domesticated 10,000 years earlier. The journey from sacred root to reconstituted snack was complete. The potato had been conquered not by blight, not by frost, not by superstition, but by capitalism. Peeled, sliced, fried, frozen, packaged, branded, and sold back to the world at a profit. And yet, somewhere in every processed potato product, in every frozen fry, and every dehydrated flake, the ghost of the original tuber persists. The same starch molecules that fed Andean villagers 10,000 years ago now feed a child eating French fries in Tokyo or Lagos or Sao Paulo. The form has changed beyond recognition. The scale has expanded beyond imagination. But the fundamental transaction remains the same. The earth produces a tuber, and humans eat it. Everything else, the factories, the franchises, the futures markets, is commentary. In 1943, while the world was tearing itself apart in the largest war in human history, a quiet catastrophe was unfolding in the Bengal region of British India. A famine caused by a combination of war, mismanagement, and a fungal infection of the rice crop killed an estimated 2 to 3 million people. The Bengal famine shared a disturbing number of characteristics with the Irish famine a century earlier. A colonized population, a monoculture crop, a pathogen, and a colonial government more concerned with ideology than with saving lives. The lessons of Bengal and Ireland, repeated in various forms across the 20th century, gave birth to a global movement that came to be known as the Green Revolution. The premise was straightforward. If famine was caused by insufficient food production, then the solution was to produce more food. Through the development of high-yielding crop varieties, the application of chemical fertilizers and pesticides, and the expansion of irrigation, the Green Revolution promised to end hunger permanently. It was science as salvation, technology as liberation, and it changed the world. The Green Revolution's most celebrated achievements were in wheat and rice. Norman Borlaug's dwarf wheat varieties, developed in Mexico in the 1950s and 1960s, dramatically increased yields across South Asia and were credited with saving hundreds of millions of lives. The International Rice Research Institute in the Philippines performed similar miracles with rice. But the potato, the world's fourth most important food crop, was initially overlooked. It was not until 1971 that the international community established a dedicated institution for potato research, the International Potato Center, or CIP, in Lima, Peru. The location was symbolic and strategic. Lima sits at the edge of the Andes, the potato's ancestral homeland, within reach of the greatest repository of potato genetic diversity on Earth. CIP's mission was to harness that diversity, to collect, preserve, and study the thousands of potato varieties still cultivated by Andean farmers, and to use that genetic material to breed improved varieties for the developing world. It was, in essence, an attempt to reconnect modern potato science with the ancient wisdom of the people who had domesticated the tuber in the first place. CIP's gene bank is one of the most important repositories of biological heritage on the planet. It contains over 4,500 cultivated potato varieties and 2,500 samples of wild potato species, preserved as tubers in cold storage and as tissue cultures in sterile laboratory conditions. Each variety is a unique genetic package, shaped by centuries of natural and human selection, carrying genes for traits that modern breeders may desperately need: resistance to specific diseases, tolerance to heat or drought, adaptation to particular soil types. This collection is, quite literally, irreplaceable. The urgency of preservation was driven by a disturbing trend: the rapid erosion of potato diversity in the Andes. As modernization reached even the most remote highland communities, traditional varieties were being abandoned in favor of a handful of commercially preferred cultivars. Young people were leaving for the cities, taking with them the agricultural knowledge that had sustained potato diversity for millennia. Varieties that had been carefully maintained for centuries, each one adapted to a specific microclimate, a specific altitude, a specific culinary tradition, were vanishing within a single generation. The mathematics of genetic erosion are merciless. It takes thousands of years to develop a potato variety through traditional selection. It takes a single generation to lose one. Once a variety disappears from cultivation, its unique genetic combination is gone forever unless it has been preserved in a gene bank. And gene banks, while invaluable, are imperfect solutions. A potato variety stored in a freezer is not the same as a potato variety growing in an Andean field, evolving in real time alongside the pests, diseases, and climate conditions that shape its ongoing adaptation. CIP's breeding programs produced significant achievements. New varieties were developed that combined the yield potential of modern cultivars with the disease resistance of wild species and traditional Andean varieties. Varieties resistant to late blight, the same Phytophthora infestans that had destroyed Ireland's crop, were distributed to farmers in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Heat-tolerant varieties were bred for tropical lowlands where the potato had historically struggled. CIP was doing for the developing world what Luther Burbank had done for America, but with a broader genetic palette and a more global ambition. The potato's expansion into the developing world in the late 20th century was remarkable. In 1960, developing countries produced roughly 5% of the world's potatoes. By 2000, that share had risen to over 40%. China became the world's largest potato producer, growing over 70 million metric tons annually. India, Bangladesh, and sub-Saharan Africa dramatically expanded their potato acreage. The tuber that had been an almost exclusively European and American crop for 4 centuries was now being adopted by exactly the populations that needed it most. In sub-Saharan Africa, the potato emerged as a potential game changer. African farmers had traditionally relied on cassava, maize, and millet, but the potato, with its higher yield per hectare and shorter growing season, offered significant advantages, particularly in the cooler highland regions of East Africa. Countries like Kenya, Rwanda, and Ethiopia saw dramatic increases in potato production, driven by CIP-developed varieties that were adapted to local conditions and resistant to local diseases. The potato was conquering its final frontier. But the green revolution model that drove this expansion carried its own dangers. The emphasis on a few high-yielding varieties, grown with chemical inputs and modern techniques, replicated the same monoculture vulnerability that had caused the Irish famine. As developing world farmers adopted a narrow range of modern varieties, they abandoned the traditional cultivars that had sustained them for generations. The diversity that was being preserved in CIP's freezers was being lost in the fields. The Green Revolution was saving lives and reducing diversity simultaneously. The tension between productivity and diversity is the central dilemma of modern agriculture, and nowhere is it more acute than in the potato. A modern high-yielding variety can produce 3 to 4 times more food per hectare than a traditional Andean cultivar. But that modern variety is typically susceptible to a narrower range of conditions and dependent on chemical inputs that many developing world farmers cannot afford. The traditional variety may produce less, but it requires no purchased inputs. It is adapted to its local environment, and it carries genes that may prove critical when conditions change. By the turn of the millennium, the potato world was split between 2 increasingly incompatible visions. One vision, championed by the agribusiness industry and many governments, favored the continued expansion of high-yielding monocultures, supported by chemical inputs and biotechnology. The other vision, championed by indigenous communities, environmental organizations, and a growing number of scientists, favored the preservation and promotion of genetic diversity, traditional knowledge, and ecological farming practices. These 2 visions were about to collide spectacularly on the genetic battlefield. In 1995, the Monsanto Corporation introduced the new leaf potato, the first genetically modified potato approved for commercial sale in the United States. The new leaf had been engineered to produce Bacillus thuringiensis protein, a naturally occurring insecticide, in every cell of the plant. The Colorado potato beetle, which had been waging war on potato farmers for a century and a half, would eat the new leaf's leaves, ingest the Bt protein, and die. No chemical spraying required. No pesticide tratamiento. The problem, it seemed, had been solved at the genetic level. The new leaf potato was, by any technical measure, a success. It worked exactly as designed. Colorado potato beetles that fed on new leaf plants died. Farmers who planted it reported significant reductions in pesticide use and corresponding savings in cost. The science was sound. The engineering was elegant. And yet, within 6 years of its introduction, the new leaf potato was dead. Not killed by beetles, not killed by blight, but killed by something that Monsanto scientists had not engineered a defense against: public opinion. The backlash against GMO potatoes came from multiple directions simultaneously. European consumers, already wary of American agricultural technology, rejected genetically modified foods with a vehemence that caught the industry off guard. Environmental organizations, led by Greenpeace and Friends of the Earth, mounted aggressive campaigns against GMO crops, arguing that the long-term ecological and health consequences were unknown and potentially catastrophic. And critically, the fast food industry, terrified of consumer backlash, began distancing itself from GMO potatoes. In 1999, McDonald's quietly informed its potato suppliers that it would not accept genetically modified potatoes for its French fries. Frito-Lay, the world's largest potato chip manufacturer, made a similar announcement. Without the two largest buyers of processed potatoes in the United States, the new leaf had no market. Monsanto withdrew the product in 2001. The first genetically modified potato had been created, commercialized, and killed in less than a decade, undone not by any scientific failure, but by the simple commercial reality that consumers did not want to eat it. The new leaf's failure raised profound questions about the role of biotechnology in agriculture. The technology worked. The science was validated. The environmental benefits were real: fewer pesticides, lower chemical runoff, reduced harm to beneficial insects. And yet the public rejected it. Were consumers being irrational? While the GMO battle was being fought in American boardrooms and European parliaments, a different kind of conflict was unfolding in the Andes. This one was about ownership. Specifically, it was about who owned the potato. Not the individual potatoes in anyone's field, but the genetic heritage of the potato itself. The thousands of varieties that Andean communities had developed over 10 millennia of careful selection. In the age of biotechnology, that genetic heritage had acquired immense commercial value, and corporations were moving to claim it. The practice that indigenous communities and their advocates called biopiracy involved the collection of traditional crop varieties from developing countries, the identification of useful genetic traits within those varieties, and the patenting of those traits or the modified varieties that incorporated them by corporations in developed countries. The communities that had developed and maintained the original varieties received nothing. The corporations that identified and patented the traits received exclusive commercial rights. The transaction was from the perspective of the Andean farmers: theft. Legal, systematic, and backed by international patent law, but theft nonetheless. Several cases involving potato varieties became flashpoints in the biopiracy debate. In one well-publicized instance, researchers from a developed nation were accused of collecting native potato varieties from Andean communities without adequate consent or compensation, and subsequently seeking patents on genetic traits derived from those varieties. The cases highlighted a fundamental asymmetry. The international patent system was designed to protect the innovations of corporations and individual inventors, not the collective, multi-generational innovations of indigenous communities. The response from Andean communities was remarkable. In 2002, 6 Quechua communities near Cusco, Peru, established the Parque de la Papa, The Potato Park, a community-managed biocultural heritage area spanning over 9,000 hectares in the Sacred Valley of the Inca. The Potato Park is not a museum or a nature reserve. It is a living agricultural landscape where communities actively cultivate over 1,300 native potato varieties, using traditional techniques passed down through generations, while simultaneously asserting their sovereign rights over the genetic heritage those varieties represent. The Potato Park represents a revolutionary model of conservation. Rather than removing genetic material from its cultural and ecological context, as gene banks do, the Potato Park preserves diversity in situ, in the fields, in the hands of the farmers, embedded in the living practices and knowledge systems that created it. The varieties grown in the Potato Park are not museum specimens. They are evolving organisms, adapting in real time to changing conditions, accumulating new genetic responses to new challenges. This is conservation not as preservation, but as continuation. In 2004, CIP and the Potato Park communities signed a groundbreaking agreement, the Repatriation Agreement, in which CIP returned 410 native potato varieties that had been collected from the region and stored in its gene bank. The agreement was the first of its kind, establishing a legal framework for the return of genetic resources to the communities that had created them. It was a small act in the grand scheme of global agricultural politics, but it was symbolically enormous. For the first time, a major international research institution acknowledged that the genetic heritage of the potato belonged not to science, not to corporations, but to the people. The International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture, adopted in 2001 and entering into force in 2004, attempted to create a global framework for the equitable sharing of genetic resources. The treaty recognized the historical contribution of farming communities to the development of crop diversity and called for benefit-sharing arrangements that would ensure those communities received a fair return when their genetic heritage was used in commercial breeding. In practice, implementation has been slow, contested, and frequently undermined by the economic interests of the seed and biotechnology industries. Meanwhile, genetic modification of potatoes continued, though under a different banner and with a different approach. In the 2010s, the J.R. Simplot Company developed the innate potato, engineered not with foreign genes, but using RNA interference technology to silence the potato's own genes. The innate potato produces less acrylamide when fried, a potentially carcinogenic compound, bruises less easily, and reduces food waste. By avoiding foreign DNA and emphasizing consumer benefits rather than farmer benefits, the innate represented a more cautious, market-aware approach to potato biotechnology. The genetic battlefield of the late 20th and early 21st centuries revealed the potato as a focal point for some of the most important questions facing modern civilization. Who owns genetic heritage? Who benefits from biotechnological innovation? What are the rights of indigenous communities in a globalized economy? How should society balance the potential benefits of genetic modification against the risks of corporate control over the food supply? The potato, that humble 10,000-year-old tuber, had become the unlikely arena for debates that would shape the future of food, of justice, and of the relationship between humans and the living world. The 21st century opened with a question that would have been incomprehensible to every previous generation in human history. What happens to the world's food supply when the climate itself becomes unstable? For 10,000 years, agriculture had operated on a fundamental assumption that the climate, while variable from year to year, was essentially predictable over the long term. You could plant in spring and harvest in autumn because spring and autumn would come roughly on schedule, roughly as expected. That assumption is no longer valid. And the potato, like every other crop on Earth, is facing the consequences. The potato is a cool weather crop. It evolved in the Andean highlands, where temperatures are moderate and nights are cold. Optimal tuber formation occurs at soil temperatures between 15 and 20 degrees Celsius. Above 25 degrees, tuber growth slows dramatically. Above 30 degrees, it effectively stops. As global temperatures rise, the potato's traditional growing zones are shifting, shrinking, and in some cases disappearing. Regions that have grown potatoes for centuries are becoming too warm. The potato's 10,000-year partnership with specific climates is being dissolved by rising thermometers. A 2011 study published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences projected that climate change could reduce global potato yields by up to 26% by 2085 if no adaptive measures were taken. The impact would be unevenly distributed, with the greatest losses occurring in tropical and subtropical regions, precisely the developing world areas where potato production has been expanding most rapidly. Africa, South Asia, and Central America, the regions that need the potato most, stand to lose the most from the warming that industrial nations have caused. Late blight, the same Phytophthora infestans that destroyed Ireland's crop in the 1840s, is also being affected by climate change. Warmer, wetter conditions in many regions are expanding the geographic range and lengthening the active season of the pathogen. New strains of Phytophthora infestans, more aggressive and more resistant to fungicides than their predecessors, have emerged in recent decades. Late blight still costs global potato production an estimated $6 billion annually. Climate change is likely to increase that figure significantly. But the potato also has qualities that make it potentially more resilient to climate change than its major competitors. Compared to wheat, rice, and maize, the potato produces more calories per hectare, requires less water per calorie produced, and has a shorter growing season. In regions where water scarcity is becoming a critical constraint on agriculture, the potato's water efficiency is a significant advantage. A potato crop requires roughly half the water of a wheat crop to produce the same number of calories. In a drying world, that is not a marginal difference. It is a strategic one. China recognized this advantage early. In 2015, the Chinese government launched an ambitious plan to dramatically expand potato production, designating the potato as a staple grain alongside rice, wheat, and maize. The plan aimed to increase China's potato acreage by 50% by 2020, focusing on arid and semi-arid regions in the north and west where water scarcity was limiting grain production. China was, in effect, making a bet on the potato as a climate adaptation strategy, a hedge against the day when traditional grain crops could no longer be sustained. The scientific response to the climate threat has been a global race to develop heat-tolerant potato varieties. CIP and national breeding programs around the world are working to identify genes for heat tolerance, drought resistance, and shortened growing seasons, traits that will be essential as temperatures rise and weather patterns become more erratic. The genetic diversity preserved in gene banks and in the fields of Andean farmers, the same diversity that this documentary has been tracking since its opening chapter, is now the raw material for this breeding effort. The 10,000-year investment in potato diversity is finally paying its most critical dividend. Wild potato species, the toxic, gnarled ancestors that we met in Chapter 1, are proving invaluable. Several wild species carry genes for heat tolerance, drought resistance, and disease immunity that are absent from cultivated varieties. Breeders are crossing wild species with domesticated potatoes, introducing ancient genetic material into modern cultivars, reaching back 10,000 years for solutions to 21st century problems. The wild potato, which humanity's first Andean farmers struggled to detoxify, is now being recruited as an ally in the fight against climate change. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault, buried in a mountain on a Norwegian Arctic island, holds backup copies of the world's most important crop genetic collections, including thousands of potato samples from CIP and other gene banks. The vault, sometimes called the Doomsday Vault, was designed to protect humanity's agricultural heritage against catastrophic loss from war, natural disaster, or institutional failure. The fact that such a vault was deemed necessary tells you everything you need to know about how seriously the scientific community takes the threat to global crop diversity. In Bangladesh, one of the world's most climate-vulnerable nations, the potato has become a critical food security crop. Bangladeshi potato production has increased more than tenfold since the 1970s, driven by improved varieties from CIP and national breeding programs. The potato fills a crucial role in the Bangladeshi food system. It can be planted and harvested in the short winter season between the monsoon rice crops, utilizing land and labor that would otherwise be idle. In a country where rising sea levels threaten to inundate millions of acres of rice paddy, the potato offers a vital alternative. In the highlands of East Africa, the potato is emerging as a replacement for crops that are failing due to changing rainfall patterns. Kenyan farmers at altitudes above 1,500 meters are increasingly turning to potatoes as maize yields decline. In Ethiopia, where the government has identified the potato as a strategic crop for food security, production has expanded dramatically. In Rwanda, the potato has become the country's second most important crop after bananas. The potato is following the same pattern in the 21st century that it followed in the 18th, filling the gap when existing food systems fail. But expansion alone is not enough. The critical question is whether the potato can be grown sustainably at the scale required to feed a world of 10 billion people. Industrial potato farming, with its dependence on chemical inputs, fossil fuel-powered machinery, and long-distance refrigerated supply chains, is itself a significant contributor to the greenhouse gas emissions that are driving climate change. Growing more potatoes using the same methods will not solve the problem. It will accelerate it. The potato needs not just to adapt to climate change. It needs to be part of the solution. Agroecological approaches to potato farming, drawing on the same principles of diversity and ecological balance that Andean farmers have practiced for millennia, offer a path forward. Integrated pest management, crop rotation, intercropping, and the use of diverse varieties rather than monocultures can reduce chemical dependency while maintaining yields. These approaches are not romantic throwbacks. They are scientifically validated strategies for building resilient agricultural systems in an era of climate uncertainty. The future of the potato may look less like an Idaho megafarm and more like an Andean terrace. The potato stands at the intersection of the 21st century's most pressing challenges: climate change, food security, biodiversity loss, corporate power, and indigenous rights. It is simultaneously the world's most important vegetable and one of its most vulnerable. It feeds over 1 billion people and is threatened by the very industrial system that produces it at scale. It is a 10,000-year-old solution to the problem of feeding humanity, and it is being tested once again by conditions that no previous generation has faced. The question is not whether the potato will survive. The potato always survives. The question is whether we will be wise enough to let it. We have traveled a long way together, you and I, following the path of a vegetable. 10,000 years, 5 continents, empires risen and fallen, famines endured and survived, wars fought and won and lost, technologies invented and abandoned. All of it, every chapter, every turning point, every moment of triumph and catastrophe, connected by a single thread, a lumpy, dirt-covered, unglamorous tuber that most people barely think about. The potato, the most important vegetable in the history of the world, and quite possibly the most underappreciated. Let us begin our ending where we began our beginning, in the Andes, high on the Altiplano, where the air is thin and the frost comes every night. Andean farmers are still doing what their ancestors did 8,000 years before the birth of Christ. They are planting potatoes. They are selecting the best tubers for next year's seed. They are freeze-drying chuno on the same cold ground where their grandmothers did the same. The technology has not changed. The relationship has not changed. The earth gives, and the farmer receives, and the cycle continues. There is something profoundly humbling about this continuity. We live in an age that celebrates disruption, innovation, and the relentless replacement of the old with the new. And yet, the most efficient food production system available to those Andean farmers, the system that feeds them most reliably, most nutritiously, and most sustainably, is the same system that their ancestors invented 10 millennia ago. No Silicon Valley startup has improved on the potato. No venture capital-funded innovation has outperformed Chuno. The oldest technology in the room is still, in many ways, the best. What has the potato taught us? If we are honest, the lessons are uncomfortable. The potato has taught us that dependency is the shadow side of abundance. That a food system built for efficiency is a food system built for catastrophe. That the powerful will always exploit the vulnerability of the poor, and that the poor will always find ways to survive. That ideology, whether religious superstition in the 17th century or Marxist pseudoscience in the 20th, can override evidence and kill millions. That the earth is generous, but not infinitely so, and that the line between feast and famine is as thin as a potato skin. The Irish famine taught us that monoculture kills. The turnip winter taught us that food security is national security. The Soviet experiment taught us that ideology cannot replace science. The Green Revolution taught us that productivity and diversity are not the same thing. The GMO debate taught us that technology without trust is useless. And the climate crisis is teaching us, right now, in real time, that the systems we have built to feed 7 billion people may not be capable of feeding 10 billion, at least not on a warming planet using the methods we have been using. Consider for a moment the staggering improbability of the potato's journey. A toxic wild tuber, growing at the margins of habitability in the world's second highest mountain range, is domesticated by people whom the rest of the world did not know existed. It crosses an ocean in the cargo hold of a conquering empire. It is rejected, feared, and slandered for a century and a half by the most powerful civilization on Earth. It is then adopted reluctantly and triggers a population explosion that reshapes the demographics of an entire continent. It then fails catastrophically in a single country, causing a famine that disperses millions of people across the globe. And then, astonishingly, it recovers. It feeds the factories of the Industrial Revolution, the armies of 2 world wars, the survivors of Soviet collectivization, and the customers of a global fast food empire. It is genetically modified, fought over in patent courts, preserved in Arctic seed vaults, and planted in the gardens of African farmers who have never heard of the Inca. It has been on this planet, in domesticated form, for roughly 12,000 years. And it shows no sign of leaving. The potato endures. That is its defining characteristic. That is its genius. Perhaps the most important thing the potato teaches us is about the nature of value itself. The Spanish conquistadors who looted the Inca Empire were obsessed with gold. They melted down thousands of priceless artifacts, killed millions of people, and destroyed one of the great civilizations of the Americas in pursuit of a shiny metal that you cannot eat, cannot plant, and cannot use to sustain a single human life. The potato, sitting in the dirt at their feet, was worth more than all the gold in Atahualpa's ransom room. But they cannot see it, because value, real value, is often invisible to those who are looking for the wrong thing. We still make this mistake. We value spectacle over substance, glamour over utility, gold over potatoes. Our economic systems assign value based on scarcity and desire, not on necessity and sustenance. A diamond is worth more than a potato, despite the fact that you can live your entire life without a diamond, but you cannot live a single month without food. The potato's 10,000-year history is, among other things, a sustained meditation on this absurdity, the absurdity of a species that consistently undervalues the things it cannot live without. There is also a lesson in resilience. The potato has survived everything: ice ages and droughts, empires and revolutions, blights and beetles, superstition and pseudoscience, industrialization and globalization. It has been burned by rioting peasants, banned by regional parliaments, condemned by churches, and ignored by conquistadors. And it is still here, still growing, still feeding people. The potato does not care about our politics, our ideologies, or our corporate strategies. It grows where it is planted, produces what the soil will allow, and waits with infinite patience for the next season. Perhaps we should learn from that patience. We live in an era of existential anxiety, facing climate change, biodiversity collapse, pandemic disease, and political instability. The temptation is to despair, to believe that the problems are too large and too complex for any solution. But the potato's history suggests otherwise. Every crisis the potato has faced, and every crisis its human partners have faced, has eventually been survived. Not easily, not without immense suffering, but survived. The potato does not promise a world without catastrophe. It promises that catastrophe is survivable. That is not optimism. It is something better. It is evidence. The Andean concept of reciprocity, offers perhaps the most useful framework for thinking about our relationship with the potato and with the natural world in general. Holds that every gift received creates an obligation to give in return. The earth gives us the potato. In return, we owe the earth our care, our respect, and our restraint. The Andean farmers who practiced for 10,000 years created the most genetically diverse and ecologically sustainable potato cultivation system in the world. The industrial civilizations that ignored it created monocultures, famines, and ecological devastation. The choice before us is not new. It is the same choice that has faced every civilization that has depended on the potato. The choice between diversity and monoculture, between resilience and efficiency, between respecting the earth and exploiting it. The Andean farmers chose diversity, and their system survived for 10,000 years. Ireland chose monoculture, and 1 million people died. The Soviet Union chose ideology over science, and its agriculture never recovered. The modern industrial system has chosen efficiency, and the consequences are still unfolding. We are at a hinge point. The next few decades will determine whether the potato's extraordinary journey continues for another 10,000 years, or whether the accumulated pressures of climate change, genetic erosion, and industrial short-sightedness create a crisis that dwarfs even the Irish famine. The tools exist to avert catastrophe. The genetic diversity preserved in Andean fields and Arctic seed vaults, the scientific knowledge accumulated by CIP and breeding programs worldwide, the traditional ecological knowledge held by indigenous communities, all of these are available. The question is whether we will use them. The potato does not make speeches. It does not lobby governments or file patents or issue press releases. It simply grows. It grows in the frozen highlands of the Andes and in the volcanic soils of Idaho. It grows in the gardens of Russian dachas and in the red earth of Kenyan hillsides. It grows in darkness, beneath the surface, unseen and unappreciated, producing its quiet abundance with the same patient generosity that it has shown since the first Andean farmer decided, 10,000 years ago, to take a chance on a poisonous root. That farmer, whose name we will never know, whose face we will never see, whose language we will never hear, made a decision that changed the trajectory of human civilization. Every potato on Earth descends from the plants that farmer and farmers like them selected and saved and planted and tended over hundreds and thousands of generations. We owe them a debt that can never be repaid. The least we can do is honor their legacy by protecting the diversity they created, by respecting the earth they cultivated, and by remembering that the most valuable things in life are often the most humble. And so, we end where we began, in the dark soil of the Andes, in the cold, thin air of the Altiplano, with a tuber in the ground and a question in the air. The question is not about the potato. The potato will survive. It always has. The question is about us. Can we learn from what the potato has shown us? Can we build food systems that are resilient rather than fragile, diverse rather than uniform, sustainable rather than extractive? Can we honor the 10,000-year covenant between humans and the earth that gives us food? The potato was born in darkness. It rose from toxic obscurity to feed a world that rarely paused to thank it. It survived conquest, superstition, famine, war, ideology, and industrialization. It is still here, still growing, still feeding us, still waiting in the cold, dark earth for someone to recognize what has always been. The most important, most resilient, and most deeply human crop on earth. Not because it is beautiful, not because it is glamorous, but because, in the end, it is essential. Born in darkness, raised in frost, and still, after everything, growing toward the light.